Yeah, check this out. Try that one.
It's just me.
Oh.
Whoa! Hello, early beans. Don't be alarmed. Just be disgusted.
Hello, Nix. Thank you for the follow as your free belly drum. How's it going, early beans? Happy Easter Sunday. A day of rest. It's a long weekend. There's nothing gross about a long weekend. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Beautiful, dude. 4 days where you can just chill. Pretty good. Muting British Fox. Monday, I'm going to make the conscious decision to disallow that one. And I think you know why. Look at those eggs. What does it take for Rudy to remove that emote, dude? What does it take for Rudy to remove that emote? Speaking of which... Rudy! Thank you for the raid! What the fuck is a Teco Lotus? Listen, I'm not the authority on Tesco, dude. I'm not the one who knows all about Tesco. You kidding me? I don't know shit. Okay, I have to admit something. I googled it. Apparently it's Thailand's Tesco's. That's it. It's Tesco in Thailand. Apparently. That's it. I know the reality just isn't that funny. Wait, you want the mascot? Dude, if Tesco hired me to be their mascot...
Hyenaha WTF is it
I don't know what to say.
Lotus? Hyenaha.
Do they have a meal deal? Jeez, I sure hope so. Otherwise, there's no point in me going to Thailand. Oh, Tonkalos with the 15-month resub, dude. Welcome back. Enjoy the emotes and the ad-free viewing. Folks, go and check out Rudy if you haven't already. Go and check out Rudy. Rudy's a good friend of mine. He was just doing some GeoGuessr. He's been doing a lot of GeoGuessr recently. He's on a real GeoGuessr kick at the moment. So if that's your kind of bag, where you can play along and guess where you are, for free, by the way. You don't need to have a paid account to play with him. You literally just like use a link and then you can play. By all means, go and check out his account and stuff like that. Please. I was checking out Rudy. Good. Good. How is everyone doing? Happy Easter Sunday. I don't usually stream on Easter Sunday. I'm usually with family. But this time we're doing it tomorrow instead.
Sky, the meaning of life, the universe and everything.
It's 42 months, that is, mate. Snugs, thank you so much for the 42 months to welcome back. Enjoy the emotes and the ad-free viewing. I get that reference. Yes, I've thought about it really long and hard, and I've come to the answer. The meaning of life and the universe and everything is 42. I remember how furious they were. What do you mean it's 42? What does that mean? Wiggly Chew, hello, welcome on in. T-Shift20, hello. How do I draw the owl? Well, you draw a circle, and then you draw a taller circle underneath it, and then you just draw the rest of the fucking owl. It's not the meaning, it's the answer. Sorry, you are correct. It is the answer to the ultimate question of life, the universe, and everything. Also, for God's sake, we have that stupid-ass cat holding up a hand in place of the word question. So now I just have to remember that means question. Hey, Bloomin', welcome on in.
Hi, chat, Skyfo love.
Sharky with the tier 3 resub. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Dude, thank you. Enjoy the golden boop, the Skyfo cute, the Skyfo scorb, and the Skyfo ma. Enjoy. Oh, I made you just a little bit too early.
Sexy werewolf bellies this stream or else I'll
What is Raffles game? It's a game called Q Up.
That's a lie. I'll do it anyways. Skyfo
oh my god, man.
Scalfloops.
Thank you for the follow as your free belly drum, dude. Thank you. There goes my show already. Already, Decide. Already, dude. You drawing Fox McCloud today? Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably. Vance, thank you for the 57 months, dude. Thank you so much. Welcome back. Enjoy the emotes and the ad-free viewing. Listen, guys, again, I'm not going to be talking about the new movie or anything like that, but I'm just happy that the movie has put some eyes on Fox again. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say, dude. And also, if you've not seen the movie yet, stay away from social media. It is rife with spoilers. It's not good. it's really it's so many. There's so many spoilers. It's out of control.
Couple of guys don't rinse out their socks. Pick it. Well, myself, I kind of like that corn chip smell.
What a Sharky, thank you for the 131 bits. I appreciate it. Zale Waves with the 200 as well. Oh, got this random itch. Oh my god, get it! Get the random itch! Oh my god. You know when you get like a random super intense itch in like a random play? That was on my calf for like no reason. That hasn't itched ever. I just now it was like, I'm gonna itch a lot right now, just in this specific spot. Guys, thank you for the hype train. Holy moly, thank you so much, guys. I appreciate it. Thank you. Level 3 hype train straight away. Guys, you know the deal by now, but just in case you don't, if we hit level 10 on any hype train at any point, the shirt is gone for the whole stream. Them's the deals, guys. Them's the exactly. Yeah, Cuddlesy, exactly. Spoilers for a Mario movie? No, but you know what I mean. Like, I don't want to say anything that's going to shift anyone's expectations. It's just, all I'm going to say is I'm glad that people are like, oh yeah, Fox is a thing and he's hot.
Your mom's a hoe.
Thank you, King Dead. I did not throw any paper, therefore I don't believe my mom is a hoe, but she could be full of surprises. She could, you know, if it turns out my mom is a hoe, good on her. King Dead, thank you for the 131 bits, dude. Thank you so much, I appreciate it. Hunter the Bulk, hello, welcome on it. Roaring Jace, hello. Wait, giveaway! Max! Oh my god, speaking of Star Fox, speaking of Fox McCloud, guys, type in exclamation mark enter right now to be in with the chance of winning one of 3 of the Akira Fox McCloud crossover posters that I made, guys. One of 3. Get those entries in now, guys. Exclamation mark enter in the chat to be in with a chance of winning, guys. Saint Dante with the gifted sub to Fat Meat Dog. Thank you so much. Fat Meat Dog, welcome to the Punchback. Enjoy the votes in the ad-free viewing. The Way of Life, hello, welcome on in. Pat Dog, welcome on in. Imrahil, welcome on in. Akorian, welcome on in. Hello. All right, you got about 15 seconds. Probably not even that, guys. Exclamation mark enter. It could be you. You could win one of these posters. But you have to type in exclamation mark enter. Bark and Cackle, hello, welcome on it. Oh dear God, hello. And the 3 winners are King Copa, Zero's Arcana, and Tristan Fjorhun. Go to skyfox.com/redeem, guys, if I just said your name.
That is all.
Skyfox, let me just repeat that, skyfox.com/redeem if you did, in fact, just win that giveaway, guys, and fill out the info. Roaring Jace, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate it. Very based. Thank you again, man. Thank you for the giveaway. It's a very, very sweet thing to do, man. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Oh, Amorok Seru, hello. Welcome on in. Cobbles Pocus, hello. Guys, today the deal is... I'm saying the deal a lot. The deal is this. The deal is that. Elfin Frog, hello. Welcome on in. This is what we're going to do today. As a community event, we're going to talk about art today. Get your wine glasses out.
Play a specific song with an Amazon Music Unlimited free trial on this Echo. It's free for 30 days and then £5.99 a month until you cancel. Terms in the Alexa app. Should I start your free trial and play Happy Birthday?
Yes, please.
No.
Oh, no.
We
Your
don't.
bank needs additional verification for your payment.
Oh, no.
I started your
Cancel.
Amazon Music Unlimited free trial on this Echo.
No.
Don't forget to cancel your free trials, chat. Pancake Hawk, thank you for the 131 bits, man. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Wine glasses in chat. How did you want to do this questions today? Minor spelling mistake. Question. I would write down all the ones in chat and update them in a message to and TG so people can send them whenever. I mean, that works. We can just do whatever the simplest way of doing it is that's not too chaotic. Whatever you think would allow most people to get their questions in. Magical Tanuki with the 15-month resub. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate that, guys. Hell yeah. Thank you for keeping this train going. Level 4. Hype train. Thank you so much. What are your thoughts on egg? Me like egg. A lot. I mean, you can ask me questions that are not to do with art as well if you want. I don't give a shit. Today's just going to be something of an AMA, I guess. I didn't want to call it an AMA because AMA sounds like... I don't really know. AMA sounds like it's about me. And it's not about me. It's about learning. It's about like, oh, Sky, I've been struggling with like doing this one thing. How do I do this? And sometimes I might not have an answer for you. I'm going to be completely transparent. I don't know how to draw everything in the universe, right? Okay, I'm still a learning artist. I always will be a learning artist, all right? But as someone who's been a professional artist, you know, I've been doing commissions for like decades at this point. I feel like I'm well equipped to answer several questions about art and, you know, getting into it and learning and things like that. Cancel. Happy Religious Egg Day. Happy Religious Egg Day to you. It is known as Holy Week or Holy Weekend, I guess. Several religions. It's a very big deal this weekend, isn't it? How do you draw the skeletal system? I mean, we can draw a skeleton if you want, but it's gonna be a lot of work because this is a lot of bones. It's a lot of bones. Might have to get a few simplifications in there. Yap stream. I mean, yeah, there's gonna be a little bit of yapping. It's gonna be a little bit of yapping. How do I draw a good muzzle / snout to get the right proportions? Claws the Dragon, that is exactly the kind of question that I'm very happy to answer. Keep that in mind. We're gonna open up for questions in a bit. Rudy, if you want to manage the questions, I don't know if we want to set up like a command for it. That might not even be necessary. You know, like maybe we just do a chaos system where people throw out a question and I'll just answer what I see. Rudy, if you see any particularly compelling questions, you can telegram them to me and I'll just answer those, ideally with the name of the person who asked them, so I can be like, oh, Isopod moment asked, how do I draw a big fucking inflatable looking ass booty? And then I'll answer that question. How do you keep up with social media presence, Lamal? I don't. I don't post nearly as often as I'd like to. I wish I was posting like 3 times a day. But instead I just check Blue Sky 3 times a day instead of actually like posting. The thing is I get a bit weird about posting, so I don't want to annoy people. I don't want to like get on people's nerves. Oh, Sky's posted again, but then people literally ask me, Sky, you haven't posted anything like 2 weeks. So I need to listen to what people are actually saying rather than my own paranoid, oh, people will get tired of me posting kind of thing. But it's taken me years, and I still haven't gotten over it, so... Hype condition 4, that's true, Faz Kruger. Hype condition 4. As long as you don't RT your entire gallery every 4 days... I know some people who do that, and I'm not personally a fan of it, but however you choose to run your social media is up to you. Yeah, feel free to write your questions in chat at any moment. If you at Rudy with your art questions, he'll pass along to Sky. See you in his DMs. Yeah, okay. So what we'll do first, let's do things in order, guys. First of all, thank you very much for the hype train. I really, really appreciate you guys. Level 4 hype train right out of the gate. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. You guys are amazing. Second of all, let's say hi to chat. Let's greet chat, okay? Let's say hello to everyone in chat, and then we're gonna move on to doing some AMA / questions / whatever. I have no idea how long today's stream is going to be, guys. Since it's different and since it's going to be quite intensive and interactive, I'm estimating between 3 and 4 hours, but we might go longer than that. It depends what my energy levels are like. Musing Corvid, hello, welcome on in. How do you draw big snout? I mean, sure, we can go into that. Oh, I didn't post on Blue Sky, hang on. Blue Sky, profile, 3 dots, go live. Twitch.tv. It would be nice if this was a drop down by now, but they haven't done that yet. Like, just make a preset so I don't have to type up my own URL every time. Okay, nice. We are now live on Blue Sky. Very good. We like that. All right, folks, let's say hi to chat. 3, 2, 1. Do not furry dance. Do not furry dance, guys. Only wave at me. Hello, Zeros Arcana. Hello, Moonface. Hello, Sigmaxus. Hello, Vance Wolfer. Welcome on it. Blackson. Welcome on it. Evan. Welcome on it. Phoenix. Audubon. Jellymons. Goddammit. Ginkazi. Welcome on it. Kazami. Welcome on it. Voxel. Welcome to Smirko Tiger. Welcome on it. Legendary Cora. Good to see you. Savu the Panther. Welcome on it. Raymond. Welcome on it. Marshmallow. Cuddlesy. Welcome on it. Isopod. Blaze Kota. Welcome on it. Dragon Rat. Zana. Welcome on it. Beagle Wrestler. Have you wrestled any Beagles today? Not you, Ernest Semper. Stop doing that. Zale Waves. Welcome on it. Saint Dante. Voxel. Welcome on it. Helder. Welcome on it. Anatronic. Tora the Tiger. Coffee Ball. Welcome on it. The Sarah Lobo, welcome to Gamgo, Possum T, welcome to Raymond, JB the Bear, welcome to Jackal the Bonsdale, Cuddlesy, welcome to Beagle Wrestler, I already said hi to you, Gabu Sith, welcome in. Not you, Kama, sit down, Kama, sit down. Moms McBeaver, welcome on, Alfino, Albion, welcome on in. Hello, everybody, that's roughly everyone. It's not. I skipped a lot of people, I couldn't handle it. I couldn't handle the pressure, guys.
You were close.
You were close. That was about 15 people, Sky. Good job.
How have you not bit your tongue? Sometimes I do, and it really hurts. Gintaroon, hi, welcome on. Hey, what's going on, dude? I feel like the more you stream and the more you practice talking fast like that, the better you get at it. Although I will say, not a very clear auctioneer voice from me today. Not a very good one today. That's actually why his tongue is splotchy from the bites. It's good to see you again. It's good to see you again as well. Hello. You don't have the Skyfer wave. It is a sub-only emote. It is, but you can do any wave. You don't need to be subscribed to me. You can use any wave. And also, Twitch Turbo. If you watch multiple streams, Twitch Turbo might be good for you because you don't get any ads with that. You don't get any of the emotes, which kind of sucks, but you get no ads, so that's kind of cool. I'm not on commission or anything like that. I'm just saying it is an option for people who watch several streams. I support. I do not need to see that. Bradley Works. Hello, welcome on in. What's going on, dude? Good to see you. Question, how dare you? All right, so thank you, Rudy. This is awesome. Thank you. This is super helpful. Musing Corvid, thank you for the follow. Is your free belly drop? Folks, there is a resource I want to show you real quick. Actually, there's several resources I want to show you. We're going to start the stream with stuff that I've already thought, oh, I want to talk to you about this. This is the stuff that I use. Beagle Wrestler, thank you for the gift. This up to Telvius the Dragon, dude. Telvius, welcome to the Punchback. Enjoy the emotes and the ad-free viewing. What's in the raffle? I can't quite make out the title. Yeah, the splash graphic is not great for showing what the game is. It's called Q Up, the letter Q and then up. Don't say it's British game. Don't say that. I know what you guys are like. Sky, I want to marry all the big boys you've drawn. I guess that's not a question, more of a statement. Thank you. Base. Hey, Pabs25, welcome on in. British game called Q Up. British game. Now, basically, it's an esports game about flipping coins or something like that, but there's way more to it. It's overwhelmingly positive on Steam, so it's gotta be good, right? The concept probably doesn't sound great, but anyway, we're not here to talk about that. These are your drawings next to you. Yeah, this is all my art. Oh, there we go, Fox McCloud. All the drawings on the left are by me, and all the dancing dudes on the table were also made by me as well, and these are all... God, I draw a lot of Fox and Wolf stuff. I draw a lot of Fox and Wolf stuff. Holy moly. It's even more Wolf and Fox in the background. Is the next one going to be? No, it's Rudy. I bet the next one's going to be Wolf. It's going to be Wolf again. It's not. It's a random OC I drew. Okay. I was wrong. Gee, I wonder if you like Starfighter. Dude, okay. Dude, it's Wolf again. Dude, I'm telling you, right. Before this movie came out, I have been simping so fucking hard over the whole Star Fox brand for years, man. For decades, I have been a bitch. I have been a mega slut for all things Star Fox. And now, at long last, people are starting to get it. It's starting to click for people. And you know what? It's not people's fault. It's not their fault. It's Nintendo's fault. Because Nintendo made one shitty gimmick game that no one liked for the Wii U back in 2016. No one bought it because it was too gimmicky and everyone said it was shit. And then they were like, oh, I guess no one likes Star Fox anymore. And then just didn't use the IP for a decade. Sorry, rant over. Everyone figuring out how hot they are. I mean, it's also just a good... It's a good franchise. It's a rail shooter for furries. It's great. What's the easiest way to do body proportions? I suck at drawing bodies past the neck. They look all wonky. Oh, Raytheon, you're on that part of learning to draw. I'm going to be honest, mate. I think that is... It's kind of the least fun thing to get right. Eventually, it will be second nature to you. But when you are learning body proportions for the first time, fuck me, it's hard. It's really... I'd say it's... on par with how difficult it is to learn to draw hands. I'd say that they are equally difficult. We can go into it if you want. I prefer a very flexible way of attacking it, but some people prefer a very regimented, this is how many heads tall this should be kind of thing. But yeah, we can go into it. Do you have advice for people new to making personas? Possum T, I mean, I take it you want to make a persona for yourself. Judging by the fact that your name is Possum T, I'm gonna go with you want to make a tiger. Pick an animal you really like. Dead Fox Nintendo franchise is brought back by Furies. Bring it back. All right, guys, there's a few resources I wanted to show you first before we get into anything. Will this VOD be posted on YouTube? Yes. Yes, this VOD will be posted on YouTube. Don't worry. So if you miss something, if you can't be here for the whole stream, don't worry. It's going to be on YouTube. And if you find that I say something that you find really, really helpful, guys, I encourage you to make a clip of it, okay? Because then I can easily reshare that clip. Walking Tiger can easily edit that clip and make like a nice TikTok to help other people. It helps me out because obviously that's all good for my social media presence and things like that. But it helps you guys too. You know, I want to give you guys authentic, real advice as someone who's been doing this for like 2 decades now, give or take. Well, not quite, about 15 years. And, you know, I've been doing it for years, and I've seen a lot on the internet over the years, and I've had to do a lot of things on the internet over the years to like learn and get to the level that I'm at now. And this is me saying, like, you know, I'm still learning as an artist. I will always be learning as an artist. I am far from perfect. There's so many things that I can't draw reliably well. You know, I personally, I find buildings to be very difficult. I find vehicles to be very difficult. But organic shapes, things like, you know, characters, that's my comfort zone. That's something that I'm very comfortable. Hi, Nova. By the way, guys, another artist in chat who you could definitely learn something from, Novalu, right there. Nova is an excellent artist. She might be able to share some great advice with you. She does an art stream and does like what I'm about to do now. They might be able to give you advice that's different to mine or the same as mine, depending on, you know, how they do things and how they find it, you know, most comfortable to make art. D-Burst, thank you for the 17 months as well. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Your Amicus is so bad. Maybe you should draw 100 more of them and post them for science. Stripes in Flight, how you doing, by the way? Buildings I can only do if I have a good perspective and shortcut active. I mean, I'm going to show you... I could show you guys a really good strat I like for drawing streets and things like that, but it's... Again, like, I don't super love drawing that. I'm a little bit lazy in that I like to just draw characters. I like to focus on drawing characters. So if character art is something you want to develop yourself for, then I hope that the stream is going to be very helpful for you, because that is my wheelhouse. That is something that I'm very comfortable with. If you want to learn to draw cars and motorbikes and buildings and architecture and things like that, if it's got a lot of straight lines, I might not be able to offer you much on that, because I'm just not very good at that. I use Sims and Google Earth. Yeah, I just Google, like, if I have to do that, I just Google New York Street or something like that. But I'll do like the whole vanishing line thing. Vanishing lines are amazing, by the way. I love vanishing lines. I will show you vanishing lines in a minute. If you are interested in drawing that kind of thing. Oh, Minecraft as a reference. Nova, you know what I tried the other day? There's a Steam game. Listen up, guys. You might think this is really useful. If you're like, man, I want to have like a bedroom to draw the characters in, but like I don't want to have to use like a pre-made bedroom because it's got decorations where I don't want them. I started a game called Make Room. Let me type the name in chat. Make Room, okay? A Blender is free, so you should probably use that if you know. But Make Room has loads of preset stuff, so you can choose a room size and you can put furniture in it, and you can actually design furniture from scratch as well using like basic shapes. And then you can like decorate the room however you want. So if you want like a room to draw your characters in, maybe they're sitting on the bed, and then you can use the camera to take a picture of the room from any angle you want, and then you just draw the characters in the room, right? So I recommend Make Room. Although it's not cheap. Hang on, it's £8.50. It's £8.50, which is about $11, give or take, right? I recommend it for people just getting started and they want like a really easy way to design bedrooms or kitchens or offices or just whatever room you want to draw your characters in. You can even do outdoor spaces. You can do like forests, ponds, things like that. And it's nice because it's all made for you, and you just click and drag things where you want them, and then you just zoom out, take a screenshot, you've got your room, right? So I recommend Make Room as a starting point, but if you want more control and free, use Blender instead. Blender is probably better if you want a more advanced, more fine-tuned and free option, but it does take a little bit of learning. It's been on your wish list for ages. It's really good. Most of your art is bigger bodies. Have you done slimmer characters? Oh, yeah. I love doing slimmer characters, dude. Art feedback like last time is also allowed, yes. Make Room is Windows only. Shit, is it Windows only? Damn it. I'm sorry to all of you on Linux and Mac. I'm sorry. Can't help you with that specifically. But Blender, I think Blender will work on Mac. I'm pretty sure that works for Mac. Anyway, let me show you guys some stuff. I want to show you guys some stuff. We'll talk about Clip Studio Paint in a minute. Clip Studio Paint is my weapon of choice for art. It used to be Photoshop, and then Adobe. Well, I don't think we need to talk about that. I don't even have Photoshop on this computer anymore. It's completely... I've dewormed my machine of Adobe Photoshop. Adobe... Oh my god, what a fall from grace. But I use Clip Studio Paint now, and I use a perpetual license because I don't like paying for things over and over again. But anyway, before we get into Clip Studio Paint, I wanted to show you guys a really cool website that is free, and it's really good for learning poses and anatomy and things like that. And I feel like this is the biggest question I get from people who are asking about art. They're always like, Sky, how do I do anatomy? How do I do poses? How do I do angles and things like that? I think that is, other than heads, that's probably like the biggest question that I get. Photopea is pretty good. Photopea feels like using Photoshop, yeah. Is making a 3D model and drawing on it kind of cheating? That's really, Odex? Really? That, I'm gonna go with no, because you are, the reason why it's different, right, is because you are just using it to get the mesh down. You're doing everything yourself after that. You're drawing the clothes on it. You're drawing the species. You're drawing the face. The 3D model is like, it's just like blank, like, you know, it's like, I encourage you to not trace over things because it's genuinely not great practice. It's better if you can kind of do that thing from your head, but at the end of the day, I'm not going to say it's cheating. I'm not going to say it's wrong to do that. You can learn a lot by doing that as well. If you are really getting stuck learning anatomy, you actually can learn a lot from tracing a 3D model that you've positioned yourself and like, but do it with the intent of learning. If you're just tracing with an empty head, you're not going to learn anything, man. And the point is to learn. Actually, is it reference? Referencing is, you've got the reference over there and then you're drawing from the reference. You nearly finished your 3D model, yeah. So I like I said, I encourage people to reference rather than tracing, because if you trace, it's going to become a crutch, and you'll never learn to not do that. And it's just not very good practice as an artist to have to keep doing that, you know? Because you're going to kind of like snooky. You'll never be able to draw on a piece of paper, right? Because like, oh no, suddenly there's no 3D model for me to trace over. I encourage you to get good at referencing, because I think it will give you a better like foundational artistic understanding if you do it that way rather than tracing things. It's difficult to put into words, but you'll know what I mean when you get there. You'll know what I mean when you get there. When you get used to referencing or even just drawing from your head, you'll realize what I meant when I was saying all this. Pasta Ball, thank you for the followers. Your free belly drum. How do you feel about rotoscoping? It's pretty cool. It can have like a really cool artistic effect. I realize that it like, I mean, let me do things in order. Okay, so this is what I wanted to talk about first. Welcome to Pose Maniacs. Pose Maniacs is a relatively simple website for pose referencing. Hi Husker, welcome and thanks for the shirt, cutie.
You mean fiercely?
2 whole years? Oh my god, it is. Nox the Panther with the tier 2 resub. Holy moly, man. Thank you so much. Enjoy the Rudy emotes. 2 years in the Pudge Pad. Been around the sun 2 tie-yimes. Welcome back. Enjoy the emotes and the ad-free viewing. Hi, Julio. Welcome on. And D-Buzz, thank you for the 8 months. 17 months early, by the way, man. I do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay. So, Pose Maniacs. Pose Maniacs is pretty cool. I'll show you why it's cool. I mean, that's today's pose. I guess we'll start with this, right? So this is the landing page. You just go on this website. You end up here, right? I'm going to click on this. And it loads a 3D model that you can pivot this any way you want. All right. I'm gonna change the gonna make it male, and I'm gonna make, you can change the gender of it, you can flip it, you can make it color-coded, so you can see more definition between the muscles and things like that down here, or you can just make it gray if you don't really give a shit. Bird Reynolds, thank you for the 2 years as well, dude. Holy moly, been around the sun 2 times. Welcome back, enjoy the emotes and the ad-free viewing. Boobers, yes, Twitch safe boobers because it's artistic reference. And also, you know what's really, really great about this? So not only can we do this, we can pivot around, we can move it around like this with right click. Left click, you can like pivot it. Vodka Mutini with the 69-month resub. Sangira, welcome on and got a bookmark it. Do it, dude. Thank you so much, dude. 60. Nice.
Skyfo Boom.
And Pokesmash with the tier 2 resub for 70 months. Enjoy the Rudy emotes, my dude. Thank you. Can I make it fat? No, you can't make it fat. So this is a drawback of Pose Maniacs. They only have 2 models that I know of. They do have other references, but we'll get there. But if you want to have this fine control of like zooming in and, you know, I can zoom in like this and look at this interesting pose now. We can go for like a real perspective pose here. And something else that's very cool. Down here, you'll see camera options, right? So they got some presets, but that's not the thing I wanted to bring attention to. Hi, Thunderous. Welcome on in, Thunderous. How you doing today? You see this meter here? This will allow you to really play around with your camera angle, with your camera's depth. So watch what happens when I move this meter. I'm gonna move it down. So it's made the lens really flat. The imaginary lens of the camera is really, really flat now, right? So now it's like everything's kind of close to the camera. No matter how far away it is, it just feels close. But what happens if I move that the other way? I'm gonna change the focal length. You know when I do the big snout thing, it's the same deal. It's snoot maxing, it's the same deal. Now he's really close to it. I'm clipping inside now. That's horrific. But now we can go for really extreme angles, which is just really fun to play around with if you want to really fine-tune the angle. So I think Pose Maniacs is an excellent starting point, because even though you only really have 2 models to play around with, there's a lot of potential here to pick out an exact camera angle that you want. What software is this? It's not a software. This is a website called Pose Maniacs. I'll put the website in here. Yes, .com. It is .com. PoseManiacs.com. And I encourage you to go and check this out. It's pretty good. Hi V-Draws, welcome on it. If you double click it resets, which is a little bit annoying, but so it is integrated with Clip Studio Paint. You can, I've never tried clicking this actually, but I think if you click this, it will just open it in Clip Studio Paint. This website is a pretty good resource of just getting poses, just getting like stuff to learn from. There's a whole bunch more poses down here. There's like, you've got hand poses. You've got, I mean, look at this. There's a whole library of poses you could ever want. And again, you can really pivot these and zoom in, zoom out, really kind of fine tune poses that you want. The action poses, casual poses, pointing, pushing, all that stuff. Vidros, thank you for the follow, by the way. Thank you so much. Here's your free belly. So, Pose Maniacs is a really good starting point. It is a little bit basic, as I said, because it's only got 2 models you can really play with, male and female. So it's not great if you want to explore other body types. I'm gonna be honest. Exploring body types with referencing is really, really hard. It's really hard. There is a website. Is it completely free? Pose Maniacs is completely free, yeah. There is a website called TrueRef, which is relatively new. And these are people based in Chicago who take pictures of real people. None of this is AI at all. Can you make your own pose? Not on Pose Maniacs, but I'll show you where you can. If I can remember the website. There is one way you can make your own poses, which is arguably better. But these guys do, some of them are free, and some of them are paid. And they even did a furry pack. You can in CSP. Oh shit, really? Oh, I actually didn't know that. That's pretty cool. Okay. So they've even done a fursuit one. So, I mean, I actually have this pack, but like, let's have a look at it. So there's a bunch of poses in this one. Here's just a few ones. So this is like obviously specifically tailored towards drawing anthro characters. Obviously. I will say that the issue with the fursuit is that you don't get any definition. All right, like the fur is covering the definition. You're not going to get any musculature here. If you're not really bothered about that, if you just want the pose, you just want the angle, this is an amazing kit. And it's, you get like 100 and something different poses for like £4. Again, I'm not sponsored. I'm just saying like, it's, here we go. This is nearly all the pictures. It's good if you know, again, you're not too bothered about the definition. Fully 3D mode now in creating. Hey GT Grack, hope you're well today. I need a sky version. Well, if it isn't a fox. Hi Zill, welcome on in. How you doing today? Good to see you. But they do a lot of different people. The reason why I wanted to show you this one though was because someone asked, do they have any big models? Yes, they do. There is a model on this website who has a larger body type. And they're gonna do more pictures like this. So exhausted from travel and fly. Oh, you can put your feet up now, dude. Put your feet up now. ArtStation has a marketplace of reference photo packs that are also good. Yes, ArtStation is also very good. What's the name of this website again? TrueRef. TrueRef. Like that. It's really new. They only like debuted last year. So I think they're really good. And they're also like, they're super anti-AI, which is cool. So do consider supporting them. Honestly, the refs are pretty dope. I have every single one of their packs, and I've been drawing from some of their refs because they're really good. Sky model poses when modeling again. So what was the other one I wanted to talk about? The one where you can make your own. What was the one? Was it Magic Poser? I think it was Magic Poser. Magic Poser Web. Yes. Okay, this is the one. This one is webapp.magicposer.com. This is again completely free. Yeah, tease in chat, guys. Tease in chat. This is completely free, and you get lighting, and you can move the lighting around if you want. Although that didn't do anything, but I think it's meant to. You can get this on iPad. This is an iPad app as well. There's lots of options up, but you can't see them because of the way I've got my thing laid out, but there's a lot here. You can play around with brightness if you don't want that lighting or whatever like that. But the coolest thing is you click on this guy. You can really move him around and fuck him up. Let's draw that. Let's draw that exact. There was a shortcut for resetting, but I forgot what it is. But basically the point is, yeah, the point is you can pose him however you want, right? And then if you, I think it's if you click, oh no, toggle, wait, how do you, is it rotate? There we go. Rotate up there, and then you can like fine tune it. Rotate. I can like tilt the head like this. So this is really good for getting an exact pose that you want. If you're looking for a very specific pose, make him do a pop shove it. All right, guys, get your, wait, get cars away. Get your exclamation mark hawks ready, guys. Okay, I'm gonna count you in, all right? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, okay, so so that's Magic Poser. I love you, chat. Make him do the toot. But yeah, there is a shortcut to get him back on the ground. I forgot what it was. Is it like undo? Oh, there is an undo. Is it view? Center? Toggle? I don't know. I haven't played with this one enough, really. I don't really use this one very much, but it is free, and like someone said, you know, you want a specific pose. This also, what's really nice about this one, unlike other ones like it, have you seen this muscle kind of moves with the arm a bit? It's not perfect, but a lot of them don't do that. A lot of them just kind of glitch out when you do that. This one doesn't do that. It actually stretches the body a bit. So I enjoy Sketchfab. I can rotate models at just about anything. Yeah, I mean, valid, dude, honestly. Just tested. It appears you can adjust the body shape once you import it into CSP. Oh shit, no way. So is that, hang on, let me go. So you're talking about Pose Maniacs. Let's try that right now. Let's try that right now. I want to see if it works. So I'm going to get this guy, right? Open. Please open a canvas in the app and press the launch button. Okay. Open Clip Studio Paint. Oh shit! Wait a minute, dude, this is sick! Oh my god, you guys can't see the menu I see right now, but it's allowing me to choose body types. Let's choose Fat Sammy. Okay, wait, let me check. Yo, this is amazing! Oh my god, okay. Pose Maniacs? Pose Maniacs? Even better than I thought. Look at that shit, dude. That's awesome. He's having a great old day. I'll be honest, the anatomy's a little bit off, but this is... If you want to draw a big lad or a big lass, this is way better than having the standard body type. You gotta draw that. Dragon Acello, welcome on in. That's cool, man. Okay, so let's try... This is... Oh my god, I can make them do sit-ups. Hashtag need that. So that's free, guys. That's literally... That's Pose Maniacs. Let's try another one. Let's see what happens when you try another one. Let's try Let's try the Tifa pose. Da 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 da. Let's try this. Open Clip Studio Paint. Oh my god. Okay, you'd have to fix the shit out of the arms because the arms would not, absolutely not look like that. But I mean, come on. I think from the waist down, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I didn't know it could do that. And you can move stuff as well. You can move the head. You're talking to me? I'm beautiful. Fantastic. Love that. Why is it armless? It's not armless. It's just, it's the way it's like... I mean, the lighting is pretty extreme on this, actually. But yeah, if you wanna show some big ladies or big men some love, you want to draw them, I think this is a pretty good resource for that. Another reason to get Clip Studio Paint, because it's amazing. Let's see if their sale's still on. I don't think it is. Let's find out. It was. They had a sale. They had a massive sale like 2 weeks ago. No, it's not on sale anymore. Or is it? No, it's not. Oh shit, that's not bad actually. Oh, that's Pro. To be honest, you don't need X. Guys, you don't need X. Pro, 63 bucks. What's that? 45 quid. Perpetual. I'm gonna be honest, mate, that's worth it. That's worth it. This is my favorite drawing app. I've got Pro, I'm pretty sure. I don't even have X. That's cheaper than I thought it was. I thought it was like way more. 45 quid for Perpetual is really good. Yeah, you don't need to... That's it. Like, once you bought it, it's yours. First time checking your stream. Gabriello, hello, welcome on in. What's going on? Do I need Windows Expert for X? You need Windows to run the Perpetual license, I'm afraid. You cannot get Perpetual license on iPad. I don't know why. It's really annoying, but you need a desktop computer or a laptop. You need Windows, or I think Mac it will also work with, for a Perpetual license. However, if you are on an iPad, you have to have the subscription, I'm afraid. It sucks, it's just the way they do it. Yeah, it is Mac OS, look, Mac OS. Yo, Gabriello, thank you for the follow as well. Thank you so much. It's your free belly drum, dude. Clip Studio Paint lets you download loads of custom brushes that people have made as well. Some of them are paid, some of them are not. Alternative with Perpetual license on iPad. Hey, Punk, welcome on in. I mean, monthly plan is apparently $1 a month, which again is cheaper than I thought it was. 12 month. I mean, to be honest, mate, if you're gonna buy a 12-month license for that much, you may as well get the Perpetual one. I don't know. Anyway, I don't know what X gives you, but I have Pro and it's sick, so. Ed Steven, thank you.
Friends, happy Twitch sub anniversary.
Upgrading is cheap. Upgrading is very cheap. It's very cheap, yeah. Is there an alternative? What, to Clip Studio Paint? Not one that I can truthfully recommend. The reason why is because this is what I use. I don't even use Photoshop anymore. This is the only art application I use these days. I don't use anything other than Clip. Critter is good. Okay. I've not used Critter for about 10 years. I think I used it when it was new. And the learning curve for me was like too much at the time. I could probably do it now though. I think X gives you extra animation frames and probably some other stuff. Oh, I don't care about that. I don't care about that. Tell you what, actually, you know what's really good on iPad, guys? You know what's really good on iPad? I wonder if it's got a website. Procreate. Yes, Procreate is fantastic. Okay, if you have an iPad, you don't have a desktop, but you want to draw on your iPad, Procreate is amazing. It's really good. I have used this a fair bit. It is... The sketching accuracy on it is vastly superior to Clip Studio Paint. And I'm sorry, I love Clip, I really do, but sketching on this, on Procreate, is just way better, dude. Like, the difference is crazy. As for coloring, I'll be honest, I don't like coloring on Procreate, but that's just me. You might love it. See you later, Kate the Fall. Thank you for joining us today. Yeah, I'm not sponsored by any of these guys. This is just me. I'm just saying that, like, I like this. Also, these are perpetual licenses. 13 quid. You got it forever. 13 quid, you got it forever. They have a lot of brushes. Apparently, you can use it on a phone. I didn't know about that. I guess it makes sense. Hey, Loop, thank you for the 38 months, dude. Welcome back. Enjoy the emotes and the ad-free viewing. Thank you, thank you. Oh my god, is that Lemony Sol? Same, I do sketching and line art on Procreate, the rest in Clip Studio. Right? I don't know what it is about Clip, but it's really weird to color on. But Procreate just feels really good to draw on and, like, ink on. Oh, but Clip Studio Paint has got the thing now where if you draw and you hold your pen, it smooths the line out. Which I'll remind me, I'll show you guys that in a minute. But Procreate's had that for ages. Speaking as a shitty art, don't call yourself that. Procreate makes me feel better about drawing. Guys, the only shitty artists out there are the AI jockeys. Those are the only shitty artists. Hello, Pepe. Hello, welcome on in. What, really? Yeah, Clip has that now. I'll show. You know what? Before I forget, I'll show you now. Before I forget, I'll show you now. So I'm gonna draw a line. I'm gonna just get like a standard hard brush. This is what happens if I take my pen off. All right. Or a better example would be if I do that. Right. That's me taking my pen off the page. Now I'm going to not take my pen off the page when I complete the stroke rather. You see that? Now we have a perfect curve. Procreate does this built in. Clip Studio Paint now does this built in as of the latest update. Oh yeah, and you can edit it too. So if I draw a circle like that, it's a little bit of a wonky circle, but it's got more character to it than a standard circle. So this will save you so much time in your line art. So much time in your line art. Do you guys do the whole thing where you're like doing this and you get an eraser and then you like I like that because it gives the line work character and it looks like handmade and stuff like that. But honestly, if you just want to go for like a nice like flat line like that, yeah, this has that now. I wonder what happens if I do that. Oh, okay, it overcorrects it a bit, but so it's not perfect. But like if I do that really quick, look at that, perfectly straight lines, really really nice. All I'm doing is I'm holding my pen down. That's it. I'm just not taking my pen off the tablet. That's the only thing I'm doing. Is it in the cheaper version or pro only? I don't know. I can't answer that one, I'm afraid. I actually don't know. You have to erase a bit if you want varied line weight. I am a simp for varied line weight, which is why I don't use this. This is really good if you just want to draw like cartoon styles or whatever like that. Fucking Mickey Mouse or something with like perfectly curved lines or something. I don't know. Mickey. But like, I like when a line does this, right? There's a bit of thin, there's a bit of thick. And then I like to get an array, like a soft eraser and just kind of like erasing some points and stuff like that. Doesn't that look like it's got so much more character? It looks more like more care's gone into it. But I mean, that's just my take on it. That's just my taste. You might disagree. You might think, nah, this looks messy. What the fuck are you talking about? Mismatch weight of the lines. It's taste, isn't it? It's like, you know, some people like this where it's all like really consistent and blocky, and that's fine. Nothing wrong with it. I just like, I don't know, I just like things having a bit of a variation to them personally. Did you get your CSP login bonus? There's a login bonus? Huh? I don't know about that if there was. Wait, it won't let me delete Sammy. There we go. A leaky card. Thank you very much for the streak. I appreciate it. So yeah, those are the apps I wanted to talk about, guys. So just to recap, Pose Maniacs has Clip Studio Paint integration. I didn't even have to install that. I just clicked on the open in CSP and it opened. So we both learned something there. That's pretty cool. I quite like that, actually. You can just grab a pose, position it how you want. Boom, you're in Clip Studio Paint. Clip Studio Paint, I love it. Perpetual if you are desktop, subscription if you are not. Procreate is, I believe, iPad and iPhone only, unless they've expanded since I last checked. But it's really powerful and it's very cheap and it's one-time cost. You got a lot of questions waiting for you when you're ready. Yeah, I'm ready to transition from apps and stuff like that now because I wanted to talk about what I actually draw on in case you're like, where do I even start, right? And to be honest, mate, you know what's great about art? There really is a very, very low barrier for entry in the fact that if you can buy a pencil and you can buy a sketchbook, you can get started. And that's something I've always loved about art. Like that, honestly, the barrier for entry is so low, basically anyone can do it. So you don't need fancy apps. If you just want to get drawing, pencil and paper, you sorted, mate. Perfect. Procreate devs did say they're working on a desktop app, but no timeline. Ooh, interesting. I did not know about that. Yeah, Lex Bunny, I used to do that. I used to sketch. Well, I used to sketch on a piece of paper and then I'd scan it and then I'd ink it and color it afterwards. But eventually I got used to drawing straight on the PC. I just found it a lot easier. Make it fun. Don't try to focus on making it purely good. You need to have fun with it or else you won't survive drawing it. Rudy, I'm so proud of you for saying that. I'm so proud of you for saying that. Rudy has learned arguably the most important lesson about drawing that you can learn, which is do it in a way that allows you to have fun doing it. All right, have fun doing it. Because if you're not having fun doing it, you're gonna give up. You're gonna get burnt out. You're gonna stop doing it. If you enjoy it, you'll keep doing it and you'll get better at it. Can you deliver some walkers to Denmark? What? Oh, crisps! I thought you meant zombies. Hi, Sidonia. Yeah, we're talking about art a lot today. But it's basically an art tutorial day. Oh my god, Rudy was not kidding. There's so many questions. All right. Let's have a look at these questions. Question number 1. You know what? These are fantastic. I don't necessarily have an answer for all of these, guys. I don't necessarily have an answer for all of these. I'm gonna do my best to answer as many of them as possible, as genuinely as I can. I'm not... Asterisk. I'm not a fucking know-it-all about art. I don't know everything. I don't, you know, there's a lot of things out there I'm still learning to draw. I'm still like, you know, I'm still learning as an artist. But I am giving the following opinions as someone who, I've been a professional artist for like 15, 16 years now. I love doing it, and I think I've learned a lot about the process of doing this in such that I can answer a lot of these questions in a way that, you know, hopefully I can avoid you guys from having problems or like, you know, burning out and things like that. So, you know, you'll speak to other artists and they may have other, you know, other takes on how to do things and how to tackle things, and they're all valid. And that's another thing I love about art. There's so many different ways of going about things. Some are more efficient than others, some are more fun than others. But I'm just gonna tell you guys the way I do things. How do you go about coloring interior walls without looking flat? Stuff like drywall, plaster, ceilings. Subtle lighting and decoration, but we'll get to that. That's a fantastic question because that's a very, very hard question, mate. That's a very, very hard question. We don't have to pay £500 a month on your Patreon to ask you one question. No, you don't need to subscribe to my £500 a month Patreon, guys. Although that would allow you to send me one DM per month. Sorry. All right. Question time. We are 1 hour into the stream. Holy shit, that was a very quick hour. Okay. Question time. Here we go. Wolfenstein, happy Easter, dude. So, Punk Hunk Funk says, a question, controversial. Is it acceptable to use AI to brainstorm a persona, but ask an artist to bring it to life proper? I have to applaud you for asking a question that is, quite frankly, quite controversial. I wouldn't have phrased it like that, Wolfenstein. Listen, guys, hang on. If we are too rapidly judgmental when people come forward with an honest question about something that gets that kind of reaction from us, then it's only going to make things worse. You know, it's better to open a conversation and be honest and clear about it, right? So, yes, AI makes me go, ew. I'm not a fan of AI. I mean, yes, I'm biased. I'm an artist, and I detest the technology that, you know, seems designed to replace my years of effort with something that can just amalgamate and shit out pictures in a mere second, right? I resent generative AI. I hate it. The fact that it's used to produce art and used to fabricate videos of things that don't exist and things like that. It's like we're reaching a point of social media now where we're like, well, that's not real. Yeah, how can I trust that that's real? It's not a technology that should ever have been used the way it's being used. It's horrible. Quite frankly, if it were up to me, I'd bin the technology entirely. But there are some positive uses like medical uses and things like that. But we're not going to talk about that. We're going to talk strictly about using it in an artistic sense. I would encourage everybody to... Holy shit! T-Shift! Whoa! T-Shift, thank you so much for the 10 gifties! Good lord, man. I don't know where that came from, but thank you so much. Guys, if you just got a gifted sub from T-Shift, yes, Rudy, thank you so much for keeping up with them. I want to answer as many questions as I can. Thank you so much. T-Shift, thank you so much for the 10 gifties. Guys, if you just got a gifted sub from T-Shift, make sure you say thank you to them, because now you can enjoy the stream with 0 ads and loads of emotes. Thank you so much. Couldn't have said it better, thanks. I don't know about that. I stumbled over my words a lot, but I know what you mean. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you. It's becoming a massive problem. I didn't know about that, Drift King. That's okay. Okay, good to know. Like I said, I detest generative AI, and I would encourage everybody who wants to develop their own persona to not use it. There's a lot of reasons why. And if nothing else, think about the fact that people managed it before AI was a thing, all right? And they got along just fine. There's loads of fantastic, beautiful persona designs out there that were made completely free of generative AI. They just spitballed things that they liked, right? They injected bits of things that they love, bits of themselves into their persona designs. Whereas if you're using AI to do it, you're taking what's personal about you more out of the equation, and you're replacing it with a robot that knows nothing about you. That robot doesn't think, it doesn't feel, it doesn't do anything. It's just cramming together the hard work of a lot of other artists who, you know, they'll never see reparations for that, by the way, but that's a whole other thing. And it's all getting amalgamated into something that doesn't reflect you. You have every reason to avoid that. It's exactly Leo Digon. It stunts your own creativity. If you're a furry, odds are you're probably a fairly imaginative person as a minimum, right? Use that, right? Use it and let it flourish and express yourself in your persona's design. Why would you replace that with AI? Now, I realize that you might be thinking, I just want to have like a starting point, right? And then I'll go to an artist and they can like fine tune it. I'd still discourage you from doing that. It is way better from the ground up to design something that really reflects you as a person, and that has to happen from the beginning. Not, don't use AI as a template. It's not ethically good, and it's not good for you. Like, you're not gonna get something authentic to yourself. Bewilder, thank you for the gifted sub to Lemony Soul, man. Lemony, enjoy the emotes and the ad-free viewing. Hell yeah. You better coming to an artist or adopting a pre-made design. Adopts are legit. Like, honestly, if you like an adopt, if you see an adopt that someone's made and you're like, holy shit, I actually really like that. Yeah, you should get that. And then you should speak to the artist about adapting it into something that you want, right? At least then it's been crafted by a person who's put love and thought into the, intent into the design of the character, right? And it's up to you to look at it and go, this reflects me or it doesn't reflect me, right? That's up to you. Your persona is a self-presentation of yourself as a furry, and AI will not be personal. Exactly. So, yeah. Bad art is better than perfected slop. I mean, I've said it before, I'll say it again, and this is not me virtue signaling, this is my actual opinion. The best AI art ever created will never be as good as the worst drawing ever made by a person. It is just automatically in a league below anything handmade by a person. Like, if you've drawn a single line on a piece of paper with your pencil, that holds more intrinsic value than anything AI will ever generate, and I truly believe that. Because, well, I mean, I've just explained it. I've just explained it for the last like 10 or 15 minutes. It's about that intrinsic value. It's about it reflecting the artistic quality and the artistic integrity of the person behind it. Even if it's just a line, you fucking made something with your own hands, right? And it's more than a generative AI bot could ever do from an intrinsic point of view. I'm going to say this someone works in the supercomputer field. Unfortunately, I have to grapple with the fact that that's an ideal means. Yeah, I cannot disclose who the person is, unfortunately. No, I get it, Sidonia. No, I get it, dude. Sorry, I had to speed read that. Sorry, but I do know what you mean. Why can I sell a sketch? Because you can. If someone wants to buy it, the value's in who buys it, right? Soul Guardian, hello, welcome on in. What's going on, dude? Hello. Can I draw your line, Soda? But it's more efficient. Yeah, I mean that. You know, we do as a not to go too far down a tangent here, but as a species, we've become over reliant on convenience and efficiency in things. Efficiency can be really good. I'm actually a proponent of efficiency, but it's not always automatically a better thing, right? I mean, generative AI making art, quote unquote, images, amalgamations, is a classic example of efficiency just being worse. Because it's like, again, I don't think I really need to go into explaining why, because we just did that. I'm not going to repeat myself, but it's exactly, the output isn't as important as the joy you put into making it. Thank you, moms. Thank you. Nothing good in life is easy, usually. Yeah. Anyway, I'll move on to the next question. So I'm not gonna sit here and wag my finger at someone who's used AI to, like, you know, spitball a persona idea. I'm not gonna give you shit for it. I'm not gonna tell you to fuck yourself. I'm not gonna do that, all right? Because I don't believe in doing that. I think all that does is divide us more as a community. But I do encourage people to leave AI behind and move forward without it. Because it's not right for a community like ours. Yeah. Again, I'm just gonna end up repeating myself, but I think you guys get it. Educate rather than shame. Exactly. I don't believe in shaming people, especially when that person reaches out and goes, I want to understand. I want to be, when they're pursuing authentically to be, like, educated on the topic. We should welcome that with open arms and be like, okay, thank you for opening the discussion. Let's do that. Let's talk about it. There's a lot of furry artists out there that will draw you. Dude, if you want art made, mate, just go to Furry Blue Sky. I'm actually not kidding. Just fucking go to Furry Blue Sky. There's like thousands of artists who will gladly draw you art, and you'll love it. And you know what? A lot of them, they're really undercharging. They shouldn't, but they're all really undercharging. So you haven't even got an excuse that it's too expensive. When the stuff was new, I tried to see if we could generate an accurate pic of your persona. Oh yeah, like when it was new, we all messed around with it. Of course we did. When this whole generative AI thing was new, we all fucked about with it, mate. I'd like 4 years ago, Jesus. 4 years ago, I got a unique code from DALL-E to mess about with it, and we did a stream about it to, like, explore the technology. And I didn't know what it was made of. I didn't know that it used people's photos and people's art. I didn't really know how it worked. And we messed about with it for a bit, and it was fun because it was shit. so we could just make shit posts with it. And that's before it reached a point where it was like, oh, this is like deceptive now, you know, and this is like replacing actual, like, quality art and things like that now, instead of just being like a blurry picture of Billie Eilish and Goofy hanging out in McDonald's. So we all messed about with it, right? We all did. Yeah, and it's like, and then we realized, oh, wait a minute, this is actually stealing people's work. And the day I realized that is the day I stopped using it, which was pretty early into its life cycle. But just like glasses mixed with hair, yeah. Yeah, we thought the computer was actually drawing. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense though, doesn't it? It makes sense that it's just predicting based on things it's looked at. This person does not exist with funny faces. Despite being Gen AI, I still kept the one you gave me. But that, yeah, I mean, that was in its infancy. And it was like, I mean, still, it's whatever. I'm not crazy about the technology. Now that I understand a lot more about it, let's just say I'm very happy that I've not used it basically since then. So we know better now. Yeah, we know better now. Like I said, we all messed about with it when it was new. But yeah, anyway, all right. So the next question. We talked about that for a long time. Sorry about that, guys. AI back in 2022 was funny. Now it's spooky. It was like Nick Wilde in Burger King hanging out with, like, you type wild things and if you squinted, you could see it. It was like really silly. Anyway. All right, next question. So, Demon Doggy, how to draw big snoot and pauses. Speaking of which, hello, Blur the Fur. I have a friend who makes new characters by mixing bases together and coloring them. Mixing bases together? What do you mean mixing bases together? Then he commissions an artist for a proper image. Oh, they mix like AI bases together? I used DALL-E to make Gandalf and Saruman have a lightsaber battle on the Enterprise. But like I said, dude, like when it was DALL-E, we all fucked about with it. And that's before we knew the harm it was doing. I didn't even know about the data centers back then. That was another thing. I was like, oh my god, they're actually poisoning water. Furry line art bases. That's a legit way of doing it. I like that. But again, like, you know, you have to inject a bit of yourself into it. You need to talk to the artist and go, I want this, and, you know, this is something I'm really fond of, or, you know, that's when it becomes a part of you. You don't have to draw it yourself. It's just like, it being handmade means a lot. Manual photo bashing? I mean, that's a whole other thing. W Husky, hello, welcome on it. All right, so your question was how to draw big snoot and pauses. I mean, we can literally, like, I can show you, I guess. So you want to draw a big snoot? Let's start by drawing a small snoot. I'm gonna draw. This is gonna be a front-facing anthro head. I'm gonna do my normal cross in the middle. Happy Easter. And now what I'm going to do, I'm going to duplicate this. So you can see I've got exactly the same starting point. That, copy, paste. All right. 2 of these. Hot cross bun tutorial. Thank you for the cat stares. I can't believe you guys remembered cat stare. How did you decide you wanted to be dressed like a lumberjack? I just like the style. Me, I just like the stock. Lord Silver came with the 60 months. That's 5 years, dude.
5 years with the fiercely cute yellow fox. Here's to many, many more.
Chore motivation. Buttersubs, hope it goes well, man. Welcome on in. Thank you for the 5 years, dude. Lord Silverkin, welcome back. Enjoy the emotes and the ad-free viewing, man. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, exactly, Puzzled Sphinx. It's like that was another big thing. Like, you know, as if it using stolen art wasn't enough of a problem, you know, enough of a reason to stop using it. When I found out they were literally like poisoning water supplies by using the water to cool down data centers, I was like, oh mate, oh my god. Anyway, all right, big snoots. So I'm gonna do this one's gonna be a fox, because foxes traditionally, but not always, have smaller, narrower snouts. Or it could be a cat, but for muzzle length and consistency, I'm gonna choose fox. You'll see why. Because this, I'm gonna do a bear. Bears have really big snouts. Really, really big snouts. Fucking ginormous snout. They have big heads, actually, quite frankly, everything about. So, fox. So I'm gonna draw a snout that's like smaller, right? I mean, I could make it smaller than this, to be honest. But what I'm gonna start with is it can be a circle, it can be a square. It doesn't really matter, to be honest. It's just whatever you're more comfortable with. Local fierce fox from Area 53 explains reason for plaid shirt fascination. I just like the style. How do boar snouts compare? Similar, I guess. You start with a squarish head base. Not always, sometimes I do circles. Again, it just depends on the head shape I want. But anyway, so fox, I do like a circle like that, right? And have you noticed the top of it, the point where the nose connects to the forehead I forgot what it's called. I guess the bridge. No, the bridge is like the top in it. You know what I mean? That bit. Use red. That bit. That is making contact with the medial line, that middle line, which is like kind of the middle of the head. And then I'd do like, I don't know, like an eye here or something like this. This will honestly change from art piece to art piece. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't have a super consistent way of drawing things. I just kind of draw things where they feel right. But if you want like an idea of how to draw like varying snout lengths, I would start with this, and then I'd put like a nose just there. And then I'd start like a small chin. You gotta bring that chin in quite small. And then this is around the point I'd start erasing things that aren't working for me, right? It's just a guideline. It helps you to keep things small. I'd probably bring the head in a bit like that and then draw some cheek fluff, because I know that's too wide. But that you'll get a sense for that as you draw. You always start with the nose. The nose is a really good point to start with, because it's the middle of the face. So if you can remember how you want the nose to look, you can then draw everything in terms of distance from the nose, because the nose is in the middle, if that makes sense. Some people start with the eyes, because again, they're pretty central. It's just whatever your preference is. But I tend to start with nose just because it's pretty central, and how big you make the nose matters as well. So that's how I did a fox. It's just a lot of erasing like what isn't working, right? That's too wide down there. I'm just using my eraser and brush to kind of tickle things into the shape I want. So now this is what's going to be different. This is what's going to be different. This is going to be a bear. Now, am I going to draw the circle like that? I mean, I could do that. It's not wrong. But it's not the way I want it to be, because you were asking about doing a big muzzle. This is how we do a big muzzle. Do a big muzzle, you ignore that. You want to go past that. You want to do this. You want to go over the top. You want to go crazy. Look at the size of this thing. All right, and it's not going to be a perfect circle because it's not going to be. All right, big old schnoo. You want, if you look at a real bear, let me find out an actual picture of a bear. Real life bear. All right, so actual, make sure there's no weird pictures here. Okay, so this is excellent. Look at the size of its noggin. Absolutely gigantic head. So if you look at the size of a bear's snout compared to the rest of its head, pretty big. It's not like half of, well, maybe it is half of its head. Let me see if we can get a side view. But they're big is the point. Little ears, big foreheads. There you go. It's big. Goodbye, Darth. See you later, dude. Weird pictures. Yeah, so big forehead, very big muzzle. I think the muzzle's probably half the length of the entire head. Give or take. Pretty big, right? I think the big takeaway here is look how small that is. Can you see where my cursor is? The point where the eyes begin and like the muzzle begins, it's not a huge slant here. So you want to reflect that, right? It's fucking huge. You want to kind of reflect that if you're doing a front-on drawing. And the eyes are probably going to be really small as well, because bears have really small eyes. And the great thing about drawing small eyes is the smaller the eyes, the bigger the character looks. Because you're born with your eyes being as big. Oh, fuck me, sorry. That one. You're born with your eyes being the size they will be when you're old. Your eyes don't grow once you're born. So if you draw the eyes super small, it makes the character look super big, if that makes sense.
Hello.
Do I need to add the watermark? Skiing Punch! Your name always makes me laugh. Thank you very much for the 7 months, dude. Welcome back. Enjoy the emotes and the ad review. I have a lot of pings, guys, so just let me... Oh my gosh. Cade! Welcome on in! I'm just juggling scenes. Hang on. Hello! Welcome on in. Look who it is. Such skibbity sigma. Welcome, Cade. Hello, Poppets. My name is Sky. I'm a chunky yellow fox. I'm an artist from the UK, and I'm talking about furry art today. We're talking about answering your questions about art and things like that. If you want to have questions about 3D art and VTube being answered, Cade is a really good resource, actually, guys. Cade knows all kinds of shit about that. Cade also has a YouTube channel with really cool tutorials on how to do that stuff. So if you want to learn more about that stuff, yes, I have found your stuff on there. Meek Warrior, welcome on in. Inky Kitty, welcome on in. Tango Mango, Cyclops, welcome on in. Inky Kitty and Turmoilion, thank you for the follows, guys. Here's your free belly drums. So we're learning little things about art today. We've been talking a lot about what apps you can use and like how to draw specific things. We've got a bunch of questions I'm going to answer today. I'm going to do my best. Tango Mango, thank you very much for the follow as well. Here's your free belly drum. Kestree and Crid Chen, welcome on in as well. Learn more. Yeah, we're going to learn all kinds of stuff today. So we're talking about muzzle sizes. So someone was like, how do you draw a big snoot? So, I mean, traditionally speaking, right, you got foxes. Snouts are kind of usually quite narrow. Mine isn't, because I'm a big fox and I just want to appear this way. Bears. Exactly. Bear, bigger nose, way bigger nose, really, really big schnoofer. And color him. Hey, Wolfox King, what's going on, dude? And then you probably, right, want to draw a pretty big chin. Because, again, a big chin expresses a large size, right? So, again, if we're going for big snoot, well, chin is part of the snoot. All one big package deal, right? And then you start erasing things out that are kind of throwing the shape off a bit for you. Gonna half lid the eyes because they just look better that way. And then the ears are tiny on a bear, but again, we're just talking about snoots today. I'm just building up some shape. But you can see, like, these have the same starting point of the head. Exactly the same starting point. And all that's really changed is one of them I drew with a relatively, like, small, kind of tidy muzzle. I mean, you can even, like, erase that bit and just draw, like, lines here to give a narrow nose bone. Like, just kind of give the idea of, like, the nose bone being quite slim here. Like that. Whereas his nose bone's fucking... it's huge. Big. We're talking about one of the apex predators of the world. You basically don't get higher the food chain than a bear. There you go. Big snoot, small snoot. They're a little bit banged together, but I'll show you. I'll show you a profile view as well, because that's like front on view. That bear looks so kissable. Yeah. So we're gonna do a profile view, which is a side on view now. Copy and paste that. Yeah, thank you again for the raid, Cade. I really, really appreciate it. If you got to go and do some stuff, look after yourself and all that, go and do it. Thank you so much, man. I do appreciate it. Guys, please do go and check out Cade. Cade has an absolute wealth of knowledge of, like, 3D art and things like that, if you want to learn about it. They're also British, like me, from a bit further north than I am. So this is a bear. I'm drawing the muzzle from all the way up here. Look how high this is. I'm going to give him a big chin, someone. And thick brow, someone. So I drew the bridge of the snout really high up, but the chin is still at the bottom of the circle, all right? Still at the bottom of that circle. So that's consistent. That's in the same place. That right there, that's in the same place. But that is really high up. Whereas the fox, I'm going to start the muzzle lower. But I'm still going to end it. I'm going to bring the chin in a bit as well. Still going to end it there. These end at the same place, but these do not end at the same place. And you can do some hair or something like that, and I don't know, some ears. But the point is, smaller muzzle, bigger muzzle. That's how to draw a big snoot. You just start higher up. That's the cheat code. You just start the muzzle. The nose is higher, right? Smaller brain space. Critchan, thank you for the follow. Is your free belly drum? Thank you. I will ignore all of this and carry on drawing toilet. I mean, so yeah, you mean the whole. You mean that? You're just doing the. I mean, all you're doing, mate, is just drawing the toilet's pan higher up. You keep that where it is. That's it. That's the big difference. I'll do it again for those in the back. All right. If you want to draw a smaller snout, start it like, I don't know, there or something, right? But if you want to make it big snoot, like that. And you'll get used to how you draw that, right? And the eyes are always going to be like near the nose bone like that. This song, I know, sorry, it's so distracting. I'll skip it. So distracting. Sky isn't known for hyper-realistic. Oh god, no. I don't draw hyper-realistic. This is low-key so helpful. I've been needing help drawing snails. Yeah, I'm happy to cover these subjects, man. Like, what if I want a martini-sized snoot? I'll show you. Martini-sized is, you start with a circle. That song was the bomb. All right, let's take it back for Aki. There you go, enjoy. Right, start with this. This is how to draw a martini-sized snoot, right? You start with a circle. You draw Africa. Then you draw Martini's nose next to it, because the thing on the left was just a fucking ruse, and it's actually planet Earth. And Martini's snoot is so big, it's actually bigger than the entire world. It was all a ruse! Thank you for the follow, Aki. Thank you so much. Is your free belly drop? Sorry, that's kind of rude, guys. Sorry. It's kind of rude. Anyway. Changing the size of the eyes is a great tip. I never thought about it. Oh yeah, just like real quick before we cover the next thing. Yeah, small eyes equals big character. Because your eyes never get bigger. Human eyes never ever get bigger. That's it. Once you're born, your eyes will stay the same size forever. You've accidentally awoken macro thoughts in me. Uh-oh. And then big eyes. You have pretty handwriting. Dude, I always got insulted for my handwriting when I was a kid. My teachers were like, you write like a fucking idiot. Kneeing it up, I can't read it. And then big eyes is small character. That's a general rule about like impression of size. When it comes to drawing, impression is really important, right? You can draw a big character, but if they're not giving the impression that they're big, they're not actually going to look big, and they might even look out of place in the piece. Ugly handwriting equals smart person. So yeah, eyes are important. Eyes are very, very important. All right, next question. Next question. Next question was, for the love of God, how the hell do I know where to put eyes when it's occluded by a snout? I assume what you mean is like a 3/4 view, right? As people call, I don't know why it's called this, but so you've got a character like this, right? Just gonna very quickly draw like a 3/4 view. So what you've got is you've got one eye over here, and then an eye over here. The good old 3/4. I just realized what the song is. Dude, everyone's like, the song, oh my god, the song is staying on this time, okay? References? Yes, God, references. References your friend. Please reference thing. It's a good remix, okay? Don't pick on the song. So, if you're wondering where to draw the eye, honestly, if you can't... This is something that even now I kind of struggle with a little bit. Hi, Kodo. Welcome on in. How you doing today? Hello. Let's just complete the image a bit. And I'll show you, because I feel like if the drawing's half done, it's not really gonna give you a good impression. So, the simple answer to this question is sometimes you just don't draw the eye at all. It depends, right? Like if your snout is like a smaller one, like a fox or maybe like a young character, right? a one way of doing it is depends on your angle, depends on a lot of things. But I'm gonna draw the eye in here, right? And like maybe that one's closed. I don't know, he's winking. That eye is not really important right now. This one's the one we're talking about. And then there we go. You see a little bit of the eye, not a lot of it, but this changes if they have a big schnoot. We're talking about big schnoots again. So I'm going to copy paste this. Flip it again. All right, so imagine this, but we're doing a big snout character now, all right? Actually, let me just start all over again. So try and go for that circle again, like that. Okay. So, we're gonna do that thing again that I mentioned, where they're gonna have a bigger snoot. We're gonna start the nose bridge up here. I'm gonna draw an alligator, all right? And teeth sticking out, I don't know. Big old Giga Chad chin, why not? It's a little over the top, but fuck it. Oh no, oh no. Alright, so see you got a big old snoot and you're like, where the hell do I draw this eye now, right? Because like, this snout's enormous. More teeth. So what I'd do, concentrate on drawing the eye you can definitely see first, right? Get that out of the way, get it done, because that will help you understand where the other one's gotta be, right? So, I'm gonna draw a really thick brow for this guy because he's gonna have one because it's a big snout. Alright. Maybe some ridges just to show it's an alligator. Alright, so now we're like, okay, we gotta draw the other eye in. Because his muzzle's really big, and like you said, it's occluded. The eye is occluded by this muzzle. It's covered by it. Oh, I can't not fuck it. Sorry, I'll give him a soul patch. There you go. Now you can ignore him. I'm kidding. So now what we're gonna do, we'll draw the other brow, and honestly, if you can't see the other eye, don't draw it. Just don't draw it. You might not be able to see the eye at all, in which case, I mean, this is kind of difficult to depict because of the brush I'm using, a very thick brush I've used. I probably should have done it with a thinner brush, but you can see the brow, right? And maybe a bit of the cheek, but you might actually not be able to see the eye. And your biggest friend here is refs, right? If you try and find a 3D model, hi Penny81, welcome on in. Try and find a model and pivot it and have a look at it. If you can find, like, people sometimes post on Blue Sky models they've made, right? And they've got like a big butch character and they're like pivoting on the spot. Look at that. Like actually look at the way the eye is hidden by the muzzle as they turn. That is your best help. Randy the Art Dog, hello, welcome on in. Looks like Bowser. It's the chin. It's the chin. There you go. But yeah, like it's one of those things that like you are better off looking at refs and seeing what they tell you.
Must be the last one this season.
Not her cheek. She looks kind of weird in that.
This is the perfect vibe for a holiday Sunday. All this cozy art tutorial stream needs a sky to put on the Bob Ross Fro sky full of.
A Bob Ross Fro? Thank you for the 131 bits. I appreciate it. So there you go. That's one where it's like narrow snoot, you can see the eye. Big snoot, you can maybe see the eye, maybe not. That is one for you to look at refs and go, I can see it at the angle I can't. I mean, angle is important as well. If he was looking any further up, there's no way you could see the eyes. But if he was looking further down, like, if I just very quickly draw him, like, I like to start with the brow when I'm doing big muzzle characters like this, especially looking down. Again, we're really not seeing a lot of the eye there. You see a little bit of it. You know what I mean? Like, it's either you see very little or not if it's a big muzzle. It's, like I said, have a look at some refs. You'll see what I mean. I'm probably not explaining it too great. But in general, you either see a little bit or not a lot if it's a big snout. Oh, thank you, Cody. You're very sweet, man. Thank you. Yeah, that's the other thing, Copenhagen. I neglected to mention that. If you're drawing a horse, the eyes are probably going to be a little further to the sides. So that's going to change it too, right? That's gonna change whether you can see the eye or not as well. Breaking down the body into workable shapes. That does and doesn't work for me. Hey, Noodle Ash, welcome on in. What do you think about flipping? Flipping is like required. You should absolutely flip your work. It will reveal so many things that you don't like about your art immediately. Flipping is super good. You should flip it. If you're working on pencil and paper, get a mirror. Get a little mirror with a straight edge. Get it off Amazon for like £3. Okay, maybe not Amazon, but you know. How do you even see what you're drawing with that snout in front of your eye? It's not me that draws, it's the snout. But yeah, basically, Rudy, that's my best shot at answering your question. It is something that's hard. It's something that even now I like kind of struggle with. But yeah, there's a lot of factors there. It depends on the angle. It depends on the snout size. It's very multifaceted. Next question. How do you draw a good side profile, both face and body? I've got a little bit of a cheat code for body if you're standing still. All right, profile. Profile is side on. So, what I like to do is start with the head. I always start with the head because the reason I start with the head is because that is what you're going to be looking at the most in an art piece. If you have, I have to explain this before I explain the profile thing. Let me find a safer work piece that I can share. Not that one. Not that one. You know what? That one will do. It's safer work enough. It's an artistic reference. Although, what if I... Bear with me a second. You know what? It's fine. It's fine. I'll just fucking... It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. All right. This is a piece of art I did recently. This is... We're talking about this one for artistic purpose, okay? Just to be very, very clear, we are using this as an artistic reference, okay? Not to, like, stare at it. Hey, Bad Art, welcome on in, hello. So, no, don't EastEnders me! Are you done? Okay. So this is a piece of art I did quite recently. This piece of art, the reason I'm showing you this one is because I recently cleared out my drive and most of my art's not on it. But where do you look at in this drawing, all right? I will answer that question for you. Don't answer that question for me, okay? This is where you look. This is where you look. And make a really, really big brush here. All right, so everything I put in shadow, you don't tend to look at. You might look at it for less than a second. When you look at a piece of art of this type, you're gonna look in this area here, right? Everything else you might look at for about a second or less, okay? Generally, that is what you're going to look at. Sky, that really does another thing. Sky. Did you actually edit this art? I don't see it different. Exactly. Exactly. So you're only looking at that, right? That's like a hot zone. A big said, hello, welcome on in. Oh, why you cover the pot? All right, maybe you'll look at this too. But what I'm saying is, I always start with the head because the head is in the hot zone. The head is, it's a piece of the picture that you're going to look at the most, because that's the way human brains work. You look for the head, you look for the face, you look at it. Tiki Dog, hi, welcome on in. Hikari Zone, hello, welcome on in. So I start with the head so that I can frame the picture around the head, because that's the bit, or one of the bits, you're going to look at the most. So, profile view. I'm going to go back to that thing I told you about. I cut the line in the middle like a Pokeball. All right, and then I choose where to start drawing the muzzle based on what species it is. So, if I want to draw a fucking bear, I'll start up there. What I'm going to do, I'm going to start here, kind of between them. This is going to be a wolf. This is going to be a thick muzzle. I'm not starting it down there. If it was like a little cat or a fox, I might start it down there. But it's a wolf. It's going to have a bigger, broader muzzle. I'm going to start it up there, all right? So, get rid of that now because I don't need that anymore. That was purely to help build the muzzle. So we've already drawn the profile of a head, and you can draw this however you want, right? You don't like the big chin, you can bring the chin in a bit, whatever. It's up to you. It's your taste. But you also said, how do you do the rest of it? How do you do like an overall profile full body thing, right? Again, references are your friend, but I'm gonna go ahead and draw it for you. So I like to start around here. You see where that line ends? That middle Pokeball line that I was talking about. I like to start and actually draw a spine. Landsmith, hello, welcome on in. Now, I'm not gonna one try it because I never do. It's about building the shapes up until it looks right. So little curves, and you got like your shoulders here. I curve it out, curve the spine in like that because it naturally does. Curve it back out for the posterior, and then around this point I start thinking about how big I want the legs to be. I'm gonna make them digigrade, so I do a little bit of a zigzag here. All right, heel comes out, leg. And what you want is you want that point to be like, I'll slow it down a bit. Yeah, because why is he caked up? That look, shut up. So what I'm talking about is you want the point where the foot is like the middle point of where the foot is applying the pressure. You want it to be roughly, it doesn't have to be, I mean, it can be this point as well over here. It'll still look pretty correct. You want it to be roughly lined up with the top middle of the head like that in a straight line. Roughly. All right, again, it doesn't have to be perfect. We're not talking about sculpting Venus de Milo or some shit. It's if you're getting that overall posture right with a bit of back curve, right, out for the shoulders like that. Hi Cinder, welcome on in. Then can the foot apply pressure on me?
Slackerjackal, get in the crystal. Slackerjackal, get in the crystal. You contributed nothing to this conversation. Just get in the crystal. It's gonna feel like a week. It's actually gonna be about 10 minutes. But just get in the crystal already. Some people are in the crystal for centuries.
Sorry, chat. How's Cinder going? I hope you're well. What if the species has bad posture like a Worgen? Ooh, that changes everything. That changes everything. I don't draw that very often, so this is what I would do. Right, we're talking like hunchback looking motherfucker.
Typo wrinkle plus.
The real nice shape. Yo, Cinder Collie with the 57 months, dude. Hello. Thank you so much, man. Welcome back. Enjoy the emotes of the ad-free viewing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The bottom is doing chaos mod. What? I changed that today. Oh, God damn it. There we go. Thank you. All right, so again, we're basically drawing a Worgen. Actually, I'm gonna give them like a kind of like a wonky snoot, because Worgen. So if they've got like a bad posture, you don't want to start the spine there. You kind of want to start the spine here. All right, you want to be. It is kind of an oof. You want to kind of really bring it like a null. If we're going like null, I don't really draw these a lot, so I'm kind of winging it here, but I know that you want to do the spine going back instead of down. So like a Worgen from World of Warcraft. Yeah, or like the Tauren do that as well. The Tauren have like a spine that goes out, like back, like that. And then, again, we're going to go down and draw the thighs. I'm going to make him digigrade again because a lot of these species are. Tail going down there. But like, yeah, you get the idea. The difference is, you know, if you're drawing a traditional anthropomorphic character, the spine's going to start at the back of the head, and then you just do like this little sigmoid curve, right? you will learn that with time. Just like, you want to be looking at refs. Look at real life photos of people standing in this position and really study it. Like, I mean, I did it really quickly there because I've drawn it like a bazillion times, right? But yes, Tom's Banana Cakes, unfortunately, I am aware that that URL redirects to my stream, which is problematic, quite frankly. You shouldn't be able to redirect any URL to any URL because that could be really bad. You'd be surprised how big and thick the necks of canines and felines can be. Oh, they're really thick. Yeah, like canine necks are super thick. It's crazy. Like giraffes. Kind of like giraffes. I love the way the characters look in WoW. Yeah, they're very, you said hey to you? Yeah, like twice, I think. Anyway, you'll learn this with time. Study references of like, you know, real anatomy. If you want to think, okay, how tall should the character be? Let's actually study that. So this is 1 head height. I don't really do this because I'm not consistent enough for it. I just draw what looks right. But a lot of people like to have guardrails. A lot of people like to have things around them that keep them in place and they help inform them and make sure they're doing it right. There's nothing wrong with that. As you draw more, you'll realize you don't need them anymore. But when you're learning, I get it, right? I wing my shit. No, I mean, like, winging it is good because it shows, like, confidence or willing to experiment and, like, you know, sometimes I just like to draw like that. So let's find out how many head heights this is. 2 heads. 3 heads. 4 heads. Don't comment on the position of the muzzle, please. 5 heads. 6 heads. About 7 heads. Roughly 7 heads, I'd say. If you want a general idea of how tall I've drawn this character. Does that reflect to real life? Probably not, to be honest. But do these proportions look acceptable? Yeah, they sure do. Yeah, I would be happy to draw a commission with these overall proportions. I'm quite happy with that. So the legs are about 4.5 heads. I mean, this is a stylistic choice. It's about 5 head. This is a stylistic choice. You might draw a character who, let me get you an example. Really, really good example. Clay Calloway Sing 2. This is a fucking excellent picture of him. Okay. Say hello to, let me merge all these. And hide it. Clay Calloway from Sing 2, the lion, right? Yeah, he's fucking hot. I want to kiss him. But that's besides the point. Have a look at his proportions. But before we move off the topic of proportion. So, Salted, I told you not to do that. Have a look at his proportions. This guy is super top heavy, right? People are not shaped like this. No human is shaped like this. If you saw a human who was shaped like this, you'd be like, wow, that's a very unusual shape. The bro skipped all the leg days. Yes, he's very top heavy. Let's find out how many heads he is. All right. I'm going to be generous. I'm not even going to take his mane into account. 1 head. 2 head. 3 head. About 3.5 heads, roughly. But huge difference. We just went from like 7.5 to like 3.5. Now, again, this is, yeah, exactly, Kyril, exactly. Not quite 4 head. Tappy, I love that emote so much. So this is down to what you want to achieve from your style. Do you want a character to look, because he looks amazing. Stylistically, he's fantastic, right? Another artist who draws top heavy is Dead Stray Bear. You've probably heard of Dead Stray Bear. We actually raided them last night. They not always, but traditionally draw very top heavy characters with very short legs. Someone else who does that, Tyru Panda, also known as Super Tula. They also do that. If that is a style that you really like, you should do that. You should draw characters that are very top heavy, and then the rule of 7 heads or whatever completely goes in the bin, right? So we're talking now, it's pretty stylized, but you could draw a character who's like, and his legs are going to be tiny. This is going to be a bit of an exaggeration. The Dorito shape, exactly. And I'm bashing this out real quick, but like, the idea is the whole Dorito kind of top heavy. Like if you literally look at a Dorito, right? You're just kind of doing that. pretty much. You're pretty much doing that. I will say it's way harder to draw this way than it looks. It's. I actually think this is harder than doing like traditional anatomy because like, what are the refs for this? Like there's like not. So and then you can draw like a nice big head. And like if you don't want the shoulders to be out that much, you can drop them a bit. You can round them out. You can really play with this and get like whatever physique you want out of it. A lot of cartoons have this kind of like really top heavy look. And again, this guy's like, I don't know, four heads tall. My gender would kiss that Dorito. Skips from regular show. Yeah, think Crash Bandicoot. So this is the thing about anatomy, is that there's not really, especially when it comes to furry art, there's not like a right number of heads to make something tall. And I know no one really asked about that, but it is something that like comes up in a lot of art tutorials, and I'm like, that is correct if you're trying to achieve realistic anatomy. Nothing wrong with it. But if you want to, you know, it depends on your style. Depends on what art you like, and you should draw in a way that you enjoy. Going back to what Rudy said earlier, you should draw in a style that you really enjoy. Anyway, that's that question. So, Forza Dragon, hopefully that answered your question. How do you draw a good side profile? Referencing is the very short answer. Reference things, have a look at side views of things that you really like the look of, study them. All right, Scout Floof asks, what canvas size do you usually use? I have two answers for this one. So this canvas right now is, let me get it for you. This is 2800 by 2800. It's a perfect square. It's 72 resolution, but you can work at like 200, 300 if you want to print it. 72 is fine if you're not going to print it. Yeah, I love this side, I did. But yeah, this is like, I don't know, this is 2800 by 2800. Honestly, you can work smaller than this, you can work larger than this. It doesn't really matter, mate. I come back to drawing anthropomorphic dormitory. Yeah, Drowned, yeah, it can. Yeah. Sound profiles of yourself in the mirror can help too. I, sometimes, if I want a pose and I can't find that pose on the internet, I'll just take a picture of myself. One of the best artistic referencing tools you can buy is a selfie stick. And then you can take a picture of yourself using the selfie stick in whatever pose you're looking for. You are a living reference. Do it. Get a selfie stick, take a picture of yourself. I've done that, it helps a lot. Yeah, no, it's legit, dude. Hi, Ball Snack, welcome on in. What's going on, dude? The best tool, getting naked. I have a lot of naked photos of myself because they're very good for referencing. No, I will not share them. But it's good for it's legit good for referencing. Like, jokes aside, it is very good for referencing. Listen, you can whoa as much as you want. You can Rudy, don't add that quote. It's good. It's artistically useful. It's I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have fucking admitted that. I shouldn't have told you guys. Nude models are valid. They're valid. Technically, we have seen Skyfox naked if you think about it. I'm thinking about it and I still don't know what you mean. It's just anatomy. Exactly. It's just anatomy, guys. It's just anatomy. Best thing to do ever, you literally have your own ref at all times. Mate, you have hand references on you. You've got face references. You've got an entire body reference. And, guys, if you've got any friends that have a body type that you love drawing, just ask that friend for some poses. Just ask them, dude. Literally just ask them. Where are your clothes at? In the bin. Don't need them. I'm a furry. So look at OnlyFans for that anatomy lesson. Just ask them for poses. If you know a friend who's got the body type that you want to draw, just ask them if they want to do poses for you. If they say no, they say no. Right? I mean, you know your friend better than I do. Don't ask them to get naked, though. I mean, again, it depends on how well you know your friend. They might be willing to, they might not be willing to. It's a lot of trust, though. It's It's a lot of trust to just send nudes as a reference to someone, so I imagine most people are going to want to wear underwear, which nothing wrong with that. It's okay, Sidonia, don't worry about it, dude. Gonna have to try that. Can you pose for us? I need to get the belly just right. Anyway, what was I gonna mention? Yeah, size of canvas. So I said I have 2 answers for this. Let me go back. I have a social media cheat code for you guys. Say you wanna post. Fuck! Don't post burps. Well, maybe you do you. I don't know. Say you want to post some art on the internet, right? On Blue Sky or fucking Instagram or some shit. I don't know. Wherever you post it, right? What shape are most screens these days that browse social media? What's the shape? What's the ratio of most screens going on social media? 16:9, correct. But what is the portrait? That's the word I was looking for. They are portrait shape. So, if you want your art, if you want someone, when they're scrolling through Blue Sky or Instagram or whatever like that, and you want people to see your art without like, I can't read that, I'm gonna scroll past it. My recommendation is crop your art to either be a square or twice a square, in that range, okay? So either 1:1 or 2:1. Don't go past that. And if you want, I mean, the thing is, if you go wider than this, you should, if that's the way you want your art to look, you should go wide, okay? But unfortunately, social media is a bit of a dickhead with wide art. It doesn't show it very well because it's poorly optimized for it. So if you do a wide picture on social media, people are going to be a little bit less likely to see it. And I think that's unfortunate because a lot of wide format art is gorgeous. It looks better that way. I have like wide screens around me, right? I prefer things being horizontal. But on social media, if you crop your art to be 1:1 square or 2:1 tall, it will probably, more people will be able to see it. You probably noticed like my art these days, a lot of it is cropped to be vertical because I want people to see my work. You know, that they'll scroll through and they'll see it easier. Whereas if it's wide, it might be a bit squished, and they might not interact with it. So if you want more eyes on your work, that is like a cheat code that genuinely will help people spot your art. I'm off to work. I'll leave it here. See you later, Matza. This stream will be on this will be on YouTube. So if you want to catch up with it, do that. I fuck up and constantly try to fill up the canvas. Fuck the the algorithms suck, man. I hate algorithms. I really do. Algorithms have ruined the internet. It's so annoying, but like as a content creator, yeah, you kind of have to play with it. You have to play by its rules, and I hate that. Like, you've seen my TikTok thumbnails. I have to put red arrows on things, and I have to put my face on them and things like. I hate doing thumbnails like that, but it's like I need the algorithm to play nice, you know. Otherwise, I don't get my work seen. It's just the way it is. Tappy Tutu, you have to go to work soon. Let me fast forward to yours. Tappy Tutu says, how do you properly show off the effects of putting pressure against soft surfaces, such as a hand on a belly? I'll show you that real quick. Tappy will show you that real quick. So let's draw a round surface. All right, so there's going to be 2 ways of doing this that occur to me immediately. Just copy and paste that. Probably use a smaller brush than this to go in. Right, smaller brush. So, say you've got a hand poking it, right? This is a hand. So, what you want to do, instead of just drawing a finger that's going straight like that, you actually want to give this a bit of a bump, which implies pressure. If you literally get your hand and poke your hand, it's not showing on my hand tracker. poke your hand with your fit, what happens to your finger? It bends up at the end. So actually just draw that. So it's gonna bump up a bit like that. And this is the same. I'm not gonna bother drawing the whole hands are alignment. So I'm just gonna draw that. You know it's a hand, you know it's a hand. So pen pressure setting, I'll get back to that in a bit, Randy. So now I'm gonna move this in so it's making contact. Now, if I were to leave it there, which I'm not going to, but if I was gonna leave that there, that looks like that belly has got no give. That belly is looking rock hard, right? Because the finger is doing all the bending, but the belly isn't going in at all. Now, you asked about something soft. You asked about something compressing when we press into it. So I'm gonna show you how to do that. I'm gonna move this in a little bit. We're gonna bypass the boundary of the belly. And what we're gonna do is, instead of having that, like, you know, the shape it was, we're gonna bring it in at the point of impact. You know what I mean? The point where it's going in. So this is still bunching up. This finger is still squumshing up, right? But now this is squimshing in a bit. This is getting dirty. I mean, if you're from a certain corner of the internet, maybe. Maybe. But to most people, I would say there's nothing naughty about it at all. To people like you and I, yeah, sure. Hey, Spout, welcome on in. So what about the other belly? What about that one? You know what's actually better if I just copy and paste this, because it's a bit closer to that. Alright, so here's the belly, nice and round. What if we're not poking the exact end of the belly? What if we're poking a bit further in the belly? I'm so brain rotted. I see a finger poking into a curved line and so many neurons are activating for me. Vance, it's not John Talbane. So what if the belly is being poked not at the exact end of it, but a little bit in? Well, we can relax this line a little bit. Maybe not completely. This is probably a preference thing. It depends again on where the finger is. But now what we want to do is draw some lines over the finger. Like that. And you can really experiment with this. You can really, like, depending on how much you want to poke in, right? You can go fucking nuts with this. So this is like a small divot, and you can see you've got like this plush effect. Yeah. Squimshy, exactly. I didn't know we were doing pattern recognition. But again, like, you can go nuts with this, man. You can, like, the whole fist is in there now. It's all about these exactly. It's all about these curves that really express. I mean, the hand has just vanished in there now. You can go nuts with these. I love you, chat. You see what I mean, though? Like, that's a little bit of pressure on the outside. That's a bit more pressure. That's loads of pressure. That's going right in, dude. That's you are compressing that pillow, that belly. What about an open palm grasp? How do you represent each finger? Trickier, but I have drawn that, and I'll draw it again. Tav Howls, hello, welcome on in. So, we're going to talk about what's the best angle to do this. I'm going to draw, okay, let me draw a hand like this. This will take me a bit longer to draw. How do you achieve drawing digitigrade legs without giving the character a flat butt? Cake him the fuck up. Draw the rest of the fucking owl tooth then. So I'm just drawing a hand. I'm going to spread the fingers out a bit. That's a bad thumb. Hi, not so fat Matt. Welcome on in, guys. There's a fantastic artist in chat. Not so fat Matt, absolutely stunning. Not so fat Matt. Any questions that I can't answer for you, they can probably answer for you. Matt is an absolutely fantastic artist. You should check him out. It's a wild image to have on screen right now. How? I'm literally just teaching you how to draw stuff. There is nothing intentionally suggestive about this at all. Okay, so that thumb is super long for some reason. Okay. So, here we've got a hand. This hand is grabbing something, dude. This hand is grabbing something. So, you want to know how to make it look like this hand is squeezing a cushion, squeezing something big and soft, big old belly or something, right?
It's just me.
It might be you. I don't know. I missed meeting you. Oh, DJ Amir, don't worry. I'll be at future cons, dude. I'm sorry we missed each other. So, this is about more of these lines. It's all about these lines, dude. These pressure curves. All right. Nerd Herd Furs Player 2. Thank you for the follow. Is your free belly drum? Thank you, Walking Tiger. I appreciate it. Thank you. So what we're gonna do? We're doing more of these curves like this. This is just a case of practice. And again, like, get a balloon or a pillow and actually like squeeze it in real life and really study the way the curves bend around your hand, right? You're probably not going to see a lot of that fingertip. Feel free to get destructive with it, right? Right? You're going to draw over things that you've drawn, but you have to because they overlap. Naturally, they're just going to overlap, dude. So again, we're not going to draw that fingertip. It's hidden. It's obscured because it's squeezing into something. Sky, the one on the left, looks a little sus question. They're literally punching a pillow. I don't know what to tell you, dude. Listen, if you interpret anything I draw today as filthy, that's on you, okay? Because everything I draw today is provably Twitch TOS friendly, okay? Find a friend and ask to practice. God damn it, dude. So there you go. You've got, so this is like a light squeeze. And I mean, if you want it to like really sink into a cushion, you just do it more intensely. This is, you're just doing lines around the fingertips and they're all going to be rounded, bunching curves that hide the fingertips. If you want it to be deeper than that, we are going to go nuts with this. We're gonna really, you might not see much of the hand at all, right? Yeah, I mean here the curve's probably gonna start at the fingertip. Might not even see this pinky at all, dude. It's like it's just gonna be covered. Thumb might not even be visible. Like that looks way softer now. You just draw these curves bigger. As a matter of fact, that might even come out a bit like that. Might even bunch up and squeeze around the finger. Whatever. What do you call that? What do you call the bit between your fingers? like that, but I've actually dragged it a tiny bit. I prefer it. It doesn't look like much. It doesn't look like I've changed it much, but this makes a massive difference for me. This tiny nudge in that direction makes a really big difference to me. Hey, movies, welcome on in. What's going on, dude? Sky is left-handed. No, I'm right-handed. Connect to your monitor to draw. Oh, I don't use that. I use a Wacom Intuos Pro. Doesn't have a screen. Mine doesn't have a screen either. Yeah, it can, Orange Fox. Less is more with this kind of thing. Like it's crazy how much it impacts things. Like that tiny amount, it's affecting every single stroke you do. So while that doesn't look like a big difference, that's every stroke you do is going to have that much difference in pen pressure. It's a lot. It feels very different. I encourage you to mess around with it and see what works for you. I don't know if you'll ever get to it, but which would you say would be better to really get into and learn, traditional or digital art? Ooh, that's an interesting question these days because of generative AI, which can also fake traditional art. But I mean, traditional art I think has gained value because it's harder for AI to fake it, whereas digital art can just be cloned and cloned and cloned ad infinitum by AI. So in terms of its value and uniqueness, traditional is really good to get into. However, it's pretty expensive because you're buying resources all the time. There's no undo key. There's no undo key. There's more risk involved with it. Digital is like you can just sit at your computer and start drawing. And I like that about it. Do you find traditional medium more satisfying than digital after being so good? Well, I don't really draw traditionally anymore, so I'm afraid I can't really answer that question. I basically draw exclusively digital now. It means less pressure is still applying a decent amount of output. Yes, less pressure is putting more output, yeah. Pressure curve like that, but a bit unfirm. Okay, yeah. Displayless gives you a better posture. Yes, Randy, I don't like display tablets. I really don't, unless it's an iPad. iPad I'm all right with, but display tablets like Cintiqs and things like that, oh, fuck, I can't stand them. I hate them. I think they're really, really bad for me. If they work for you, great. I'm glad you can make them work. I hate them. They do not work for me. Vincent Moth, hello, welcome on in, by the way. The Moth emote isn't working. It is working. It is. It's not in here because for some reason this is broken right now. But it is in chat. It is in chat. Yeah, I don't like display tablets. Not good for your posture at all. And they reflect your ceiling light, and then you can't see what's behind your hand, right? Anyway, next question. The Way of Life, what are your brush preferences for line art in CSP? Do you go for thinner or thicker lines overall? Another fantastic question. All right. When I am at the very start of an art piece, right? I've got a canvas in front of me, literally nothing on it, right? I like to start quite thick. And I thumbnail the drawing, right? I'll start doing lots of sketches, like lots of little things like this. And I will loosely plan out the drawing, right? Really, really loose. I'm not referencing this, so the anatomy is going to be a bit skew with, but I'm using a really, really thick brush to just get a loose plan of what I want. And then there's like a perspective thing going on here. Doesn't really come across. But like, and then once I've got this like planned out, I think I'll... and then I'll start doing details with a smaller brush. So draw some shorts or something like that on the... So I start thick and then I go thin with the details and things like that. As for the pressure, this brush, it could not be simpler. I've explained this brush before. I'll explain it again. It is perfectly round. This is just what I use for sketching, okay? Oh, I'm glad it could help, Ikari. Seriously, I'm really, really glad it could help. Thinking back to where do your eyes go when looking at this art example, I think I've realized I pay more attention to arms and hands. Really? Maybe it's something to do with what you're interested in. So this is a standard round brush with hard edges, all right? As you can see. Now, if I press gently, it's barely visible. It's like super see-through. The opacity is really low, and it goes thinner. But if I press really hard, suddenly there's more ink coming through. It's denser and it's wider. So it's just a standard round brush, and the harder I press, the wider and denser the ink is. If I press gently, it's like that. If I press hard, it's like that, which allows me to vary mid-stroke if I want to. Not that I really do that a lot, but yeah. So that's my brush. Hopefully that answers your question. Tavhouse, yeah, if you @Rudy with your question, that's the best way to do it. Yeah, thanks for asking. Tip feel settings, more towards soft, more towards firm. I think it's soft. I think the word is soft. Basically, I press less hard and more comes out than average. If that helps. If that helps. I want to put my hands on Incineroar's pecs and squeeze very... What kind of question is this? Wait, that's not a question. That's a quote from me. Did I say that? That sounds like something I would say. Yeah, no, I believe it. I believe it. All right. Isopod Moment asks, how do you regain motivation to draw when you're part way through something? Isopod, I'm assuming your question pertains to, I can't tell what's wrong with my picture and it's making me lose the drive to work on it. Is that what you mean, Isopod? If you're still here, Isopod. If you're not still here, I will assume two things of your question. But let me know. I'm assuming it means you've gotten so far with the picture, you can't tell what's wrong with it, and now you're like, I give up because I can't figure it out. Because I have two really good tips for you. Kinda just like getting halfway through and losing steam. Alright, yeah. Okay, yeah. Alright, I have two answers for you. Answer number one. Go away. And no, that's not me saying leave my stream. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying get lost. Yo, Choco Cow, welcome on in. Whoa, is that your persona? Go away and then come back later. This is a really, really, really good thing that you can do for your art. If you get halfway through a drawing and something about it's bothering you, or you just kind of lose steam, you just kind of lose motivation, maybe there's like something off about it, but you just can't really tell what it is. Honestly, mate, walk away, right? Get it off your screen, get something else on your screen, walk away, go make a cup of tea, or even go and have a nap or something like that, right? Just whatever it is. Yeah, have a walk, something like that. Get your mind off the art. Now, I suggest trying doing this for 10-15 minutes. If that doesn't work, call it quits for the day and come back tomorrow. And when you open it again, you might see what's wrong with it. Now, that doesn't really necessarily answer the question about motivation, so I'll tell you what I'll do for motivation. To re-motivate yourself to draw, browse Blue Sky. / wherever you get your furry art feed. This is how I motivate. I go on Blue Sky, and I look at all the amazing art that people have made that I follow. And I might even come across new artists that maybe I've never heard of them before. Or maybe I'm like, oh, that's the person that drew that really cool picture that I really like. Doesn't really matter. The point is, you're going through your social media feed, you're looking at, you know, the art, curate. The reason why I say Blue Sky is because Blue Sky not only has a shitload of fantastic furry artists on it, but also you can curate your feed to be exactly what you want it to be. You can make lists of just artists if you want, and you can call it your motivation feed, right? It will take you 10 minutes to set that up. Add loads of artists to it that you like, and just go through it. And you look at those artists and you think, man, fuck, look at the way they do colors, look at the way they draw this, like, have a look at that, and you know, that will fire you up. That will make you feel good about wanting to draw again. You'll be like, I want to do that. I want to draw something like that. I want to draw that character. Another thing is, providing you live in a situation where you can do this, go outside. Nature is amazing. Nature can really kick you in the ass and make you go, man, I want to make something. If you have a woodland near you that's safe to walk through, go and do that. Go and be around a bit of nature. All right, I'm gonna sound like a little bit of a tree hugger right now, but it's huge. If you have the option, Schmanford, hello, welcome on in. If you have the option to go and walk it among nature, that shit's going. Go and touch some grass. It works. I have a park nearby. I've never gone there yet. Be wilder. Do you know how many people would kill to have a really nice nature park near them that they could just go to? Do you know how many people wish they could do that? Enjoy it. Thank you for the follow, Ash. I appreciate it. Here's your free belly drum. I am very lucky because I have a gigantic lake, a 15-minute walk from where I live. So I go there and I walk around the lake. And it takes me an hour to do that walk. Well, about 40 minutes actually. And then I sometimes walk around with a cup of coffee. I just bring a coffee with me, and I just walk around the lake. And it's good. Makes me feel good. I like it. It makes me happy. Allegedly. So your tips are bugger off, look at better eyes, and touch grass. You know, when you phrase it like that, Odex, it doesn't sound very helpful. It doesn't sound very helpful. But I've been doing this for years, and it works. Am I always motivated? No, quite frankly, no one is. Some days, you're just not going to find the motivation, and you're better off putting your time into something else you can be productive with. Maybe catch up on your chores. Is your laundry behind? You gotta wash a few dishes? When was the last time you dusted your room? When was the last time you washed your bed sheets? Go and take care of something else that's not art related. Yeah, or just play some games, right? Is there a game in your Steam library that you've never started? You bought it like 2 years ago and you haven't done it yet? Just press play. Literally just press the play button and get started. Do something else. And, you know, some days you won't find the motivation, and some days you will. It's as simple as that. Solution: procrastinate. Cleaning really helps. Cleaning does help. Cleaning has a domino effect. You clean one thing, and then you think, well, I'm already stood up with my cleaning supplies out. I better go and clean everything. It feels good. It feels good, man. It's like a chain effect. You know what? Maybe I deserve that. Maybe I deserve getting my shirt rubbed. Looks over shoulder at games I bought. Still in packaging. Nanny. Oh. You should be washing your bed sheets once a week, at least every 2 weeks. I washed my bed sheets yesterday. Before that, I think it had been about a month. I tried to do it every couple of weeks, but with me going to Toronto, I completely forgot about it and it went out of rotation. So I came to the realization like a couple days ago. I was like, oh, I haven't washed those in like a month. Yeah, it's kind of ew, I'm not gonna lie. It's time. Yeah, when I go on a trip, it throws all of my routines out and I forget all of them and they all reset to like day one or whatever like that. And I completely forgot the last time I did anything. And I'm like, I haven't cleaned my shoes. I haven't cleaned my bedding. Oh God, it's all falling apart. But it's just how it be. Anyway, all right, next question. Possum Tea. Possum. Advice for getting back into drawing after university kills your passion. I think, without copping out with too similar an answer, again, do things that inspire you, look at things that inspire you, look at art from artists that you really like, and think about why you like it, and would you like to learn how to draw that way? Take it a day at a time, don't pressure yourself into it, or you'll like burn yourself out before you even start. Timekeeper, hello, welcome on in, by the way. Hello. Yeah, some people thrive on having a schedule, some people don't. I don't like having a tight schedule, but I have a mental list of, you need to do this now, you need to do that now, you know. Go to con, life falls apart. Show us how you draw big man chests and titties. Buddy, it's 2 circles. Oh, Tonkalos, welcome back, dude. I want to thank you for being an inspiration and sharing your talent and time with us. We love being here with you. Big bear hugs. Oh, thank you, Bod. That's very sweet of you, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. That feels like how I motivate myself to go to the gym versus withdrawing. Show up, even if it's just a push-up. Same with art. Yeah, like, just show up. Just open Clip Studio Paint, right? If you've got the app open in front of you, you've made it easier for yourself to just grab your pen and start drawing. Find local art events and meetups. Yes, that's cool as well. Like, a little bit of just light socializing around like-minded people can make a huge difference. I realize that's way easier said than done, though, right? Because a lot of us live way far away, you know, from other furries or even communities that could begin to inspire us. I know I do. I live really far away from a lot of my friends. But yeah, it's... Art block is hard, and sometimes you're just not going to beat it. Sometimes you are. You know? But take those little steps. Little steps, instead of pressuring yourself to make a really big one, can make a really big difference. Everyone's different. Some people like the pressure of making a big step. I think a lot of us don't, though. But yeah, hopefully that helps, man. Mouse26. What is difficult about drawing? Moors are a nightmare. I'm going to be honest with you, man. I struggle to draw Moors at all without a reference. They're really, really hard. They're a very complex... So I'm gonna draw Moor without a reference right now. I'm gonna start with I'm gonna thumbnail it first. A uvula there. Maybe make it a bit boxy. And I'm gonna draw the kind of like 3D... Gonna look like a Muppet first. Like, they're really, really complex shapes, man. There's a lot going on. And I think it's because... it's just a bus. I mean, to be fair, Blow, that's accurate. I can say this kind of goes into the vanishing line thing. Hang on. This is something else I want to talk about. Vanishing lines are super good. Press 1 if you know what a vanishing line is. Press 2 if you don't know what a vanishing line is. Go. Hi, One Stone. Welcome on in. How do you draw the oblique muscles on the abdomen? Oh, you mean the ones above the hips. Rudy, do you mind adding that to the list, please? I'll get to that. Don't mention vanishing lines, they're too hard. They're easy once you know how to do them. Press 3 if you know. Okay, there's a mix of 1 and 2s. Hey, Flavor Bean, welcome on in. All right. Vanishing line. Say you want to draw a street. Hey, Toboss, welcome on in. How you doing, man? Good to see you. So now I'm going to hold shift on my keyboard as I move my mouse around, or move my pen around, and it's going to, look, it's keeping a straight line wherever I do it. So I'm going to do super thin because it's going to look really busy if I don't do that. So this is the horizon. This is the vanishing point. And I'm going to draw loads of lines coming out of it. Like this. And some of them are close to each other and some of them aren't. And maybe like one here and one here. Hey, Alex Midnight, welcome on in. How to use a perspective ruler in CSP? I've never used it. I'm afraid I can't answer that one. I've never used it. And now, if I draw some clouds, this might start to look like a street. Maybe. What I'm going to do now, I'm going to draw some more straight lines. Can you see the shape of a street showing up a bit here? I probably shouldn't have gone for that height, but you know what I mean. Like these buildings are like, they're starting to take shape, and you know, you're gonna want to make them a bit more advanced and complicated than just like a few straight lines. You're gonna want to adapt them a lot more than this, but say that building ends like that. Oh, that wouldn't look like that. That would be more like that. But yeah, you get the idea. It's like a lot of whoa, what the fuck have I done here? Well, you never mind. It's wrong, but it's the idea is you're looking down a street, you got a vanishing point, you're just using a lot of straight lines to create a street. And I guess more shots can kind of work like this as well. What's the story? Morning Glory. It looks like that. It looks like that. Jagkind, thank you for the tier 2. Thank you for the Rudy emotes, dude. 15 months. Enjoy them, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Another thing you can do if you don't want to be stood in the exact middle of the street, there's a very easy fix for that. You just do your vanishing point over here. This sounds like the ooh dee dee ah ee ooh ee ah song. So now we're stood on one side of the street, right? Because my vanishing point is further to the side. So now the buildings are like on this side, they're like way closer to me now. It's the illusion that they're closer. Whereas these ones are like much further away. We're like on this side of the street now, if it makes sense. Or because I just moved that over. All Psytrance leads to ooh ee ah. True, true. What if the street curves or something is off axis? You'll have to ask someone who's more advanced with this technique. I would say, I mean, at that point, I'd just like, if something's off axis, I'd just wing it, really. Also interesting when there's more than one vanishing point. Yes, you can do more than one vanishing point, which I don't know enough about that to do a full thing on that, but yeah, like this is a starting point for being on a street. I mean, you can also essentially flip it if you want to be above the street, right? Suddenly, we're a security camera looking down a tunnel, and there's like, I don't know, people walking down here. It's a matter of, yeah, I mean, I don't use the perspective ruler. I don't know how it works, but it's handy if you want to like do like a backdrop with some perspective. Very useful. But again, this is not something I excel at, so that's kind of the extent of what I can talk about here. I don't really have the expertise with this to go any further. What was that? How do you use the smudge tool? Fixing your long thumb. Oh no, that's called liquefy. That's called liquefy. Liquefy is a tool that's built into CSP. Why is it picking the wrong tool? Please stop doing that. Okay. Liquefy is I can grab any part of this and wiggle it around. or make him into a looker emote. You can make things grow. You can wiggle his snoot. It's just click and drag. It's dead easy. Hey yo, what am I seeing? Hey Sharky, welcome on in. You can pinch things, make them smaller. I can give them the world's small. Potion seller. Potion seller, I want only his strongest potion. Still hot somehow, Rudy says. You can also twist. What's this one? Oh, that's weird. Yeah, I don't like that one. But yeah, liquefy is really good. You should give it a go. It's really good for like fixing stuff. I just learned about Potion Seller. Is it time to watch Potion Seller? Is it time to watch a 3-minute video? I think it is.
Hello, Potion Seller. I am going into battle, and I want your strongest potions. My potions are too strong for you, traveler. Potion Seller, I tell you I'm going into battle, and I want only your strongest potions. You can't handle my potions. They're too strong for you. Potion Seller, listen to me. I want only your strongest potions. My potions would kill you, traveler. You cannot handle my potions. Potion Seller, enough of these games. I'm going into battle, and I need your strongest potions. My strongest potions will kill you, traveler. You can't handle my strongest potions. You better go to a seller that sells weaker potions. Potion Seller, I'm telling you right now, I'm going into battle, and I need only your strongest potions. You don't know what you ask, traveler. My strongest potions will kill a dragon, let alone a man. You need a seller that sells weaker potions. Because my potions are too strong.
Crying.
Potion Seller, I'm telling you I need your strongest potions. I'm going into battle. I'm going to battle and I need your strongest potions. You can't handle my strongest potions. No one can. My strongest potions are fit for a beast, let alone a man. Potion Seller, what do I have to tell you to get your potions? Why won't you trust me with your strongest potions, Potion Seller? I need them if I'm to be successful in the battle. I can't give you my strongest potions because my strongest potions are only for the strongest beings and you are of the weakest. Well, then that's it, Potion Seller. I'll go elsewhere. I'll go elsewhere for my potions. That's what you'd better do. I'll go elsewhere for my potions and I'll never come back. Good. You're not welcome here. My potions are only for the strongest and you're clearly not of the strongest. You're clearly the weakest. You've had your say, Potion Seller, but I'll have mine. You're a rascal. You're a rascal with no respect for knights. No respect for anything except your potions. Why respect knights when my potions can do anything that you can?
You don't have respect for anything other than your potions. That video, dude, that video is 14 years old. And it's still just as funny. Classic. Absolute classic, dude. Looks like Oblivion elf NPC. Cinema. Absolute cinema, guys. Cinema. Okay. Okay, next question. Now we've stopped talking about that. Now we can move on. Sagebees asks, chat, I'm having an argument with my partner. Does the Easter Bunny count as a persona? Kind of? Kind of? That's a persona. Where's for sale? Thank you for the gifted sub to Potion Seller. Rudy, we need to add a filter that allows me to do Potion Seller with my with my feature. Can we do that? Can we set up like a camera warp that's like Potion Seller? Can we do that? It'd be so good. The Easter Bunny, I mean, in a way, when you think about I mean, I realize your question's kind of a joke, but I want to address it. Kind of a persona, and the reason why I say that is because when you think of a persona is a mascot / representation of something in furry form. So the Easter Bunny is kind of the persona of Easter when you think about it. Also, though, I kind of find myself saying it's not, because usually a persona is a specific person's character, right? So that would be like, okay, so is Tony the Tiger a persona? Well, no, he's a brand mascot. But he's also kind of the brand's persona? I don't know, it's a weird one. Hugh Jackman's persona. But anyway, yeah. Alright. So next question, Halloween Ghoul. What is the best way to anthropomorphize the face of an animal with a long snout and long mouth, like a pangolin or anteater? Best way? Best is subjective. What I'll do, instead of saying best way, I will tell you the way that I would do it. I think that Zootopia does a really good job of this. What Zootopia do is they just take the animal and they then anthropomorphize it. So let's do, you said an anteater, right? Let's do an anteater. I'm gonna Google a picture of an anteater. Oh, fuck me, they're weird looking. Alright, let's get this bad boy.
The Easter Bunny is a persona of the funny T-pose guy.
What? The funny T-pose guy? What? Emerald, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. All right. So, anteater. Let's focus on, well, I don't know. We could maybe do the whole body. Let's do the whole body. All right. I'm going to dive in the deep end, dude. I'm going to dive in the deep end. Hey, Jill Vion, welcome on in. So I would stick with the face shape. I wouldn't really change that much. So I'm going to start with a circle again, and I'm going to look at so you've got an ear back here. I'm going to give him a bit of a scruffy haircut, and I'm going to give him a bit of a hunchback, because because of the head shape, I'm going to keep the long snoot, just like they do in Zootopia. That guy's an anteater. All right, where do I want the eyes? I want the eyes. He's tired. Maybe do like a bit of a fur pattern here that he wouldn't normally have to create some muzzle shape. So I would actually stick with the facial anatomy of the species, but when it comes to doing the eyes, make like a human eye. Have you seen Hoppers? The new Pixar movie. Hoppers does this really well. Hoppers does an interesting thing where it jumps between the anthropomorphized animal and the standard non-anthropomorphized animal. And the big difference is the eyes. So when they're hopping, right, they're anthropomorphized, they're talking, they've got like human eyes like this. But then all of a sudden when they're not hopping, you get rid of the eyebrow, you get rid of everything that makes it anthro, you just give it like a plain black eye like that. And it suddenly looks like that's all it took, and now it just looks like the animal. Doesn't really look anthropomorphized. Mr. Fox, I'm told I can't post what mine looks like, says NSFW. What your anteater looks like? It looks overstimulating to draw. I wouldn't say that, personally. Why do they have long snout if they're just gonna use the long tongue to get the... Because every inch counts! Every inch counts, dude. You gotta inch max those snoots. I'm self-taught, yeah. I didn't go to college. Well, I did, but not for art. I went to college for bioscience. I have a bioscience degree that I don't use. So there you go. That's how I would anthropomorphize that. And then like the rest of the body, I'd probably stick with a whole... Because they've got like that there, so I'd draw that too. And they have kind of big shoulders. I mean, I'm kind of going like Zootopia rules with this one, where you keep the anatomy of the animal. But I think that's a pretty safe way to do it if you're not sure how to draw the animal. Just go for the overall like standard anatomy of them. Long tail, maybe go digigrade. And then just humanize them as you go, right? Like maybe add like a t-shirt. All right. Damn, really? Is that true, Possum? boy science. Sky studied bioscience. Chose to instead work on boy science. But yeah, that's how I do that Halloween goal. Hopefully that's helpful. I would, if I'm not confident with the species, I'd look at an actual photo of the animal and then just like draw that, but like add human features to it. Basically. All right, next question. Big O Luxray, which art fundamental would you recommend learning first? My biggest obstacle is finding the motivation to get started, and I'm not sure where I should start with learning the fundamentals. I mean, you're talking about getting started. You're talking about day one. You're talking about square one on the game of Snakes and Ladders. The answer to that question is different for everyone, but here's something that I think is... Oh my god, Hikari. Yeah, Rudy, you beat me to it. Here's something that I think works for everybody. Draw what you really like. Start there, and then branch out. So a lot of people, they might like beans, right? They might like paws. So just draw paws, right? If paws make you happy, you like looking at paws. Right, you like looking at big old cute patters like this. Just draw that, man. Start with that. When I was first drawing, I didn't do any anatomy or anything like that. I didn't draw bodies. I didn't draw arms, torsos, legs, or anything like that. My early sketchbooks were just faces. Faces, because that's what I like to draw. That's what I like to see, right? Whenever I watched animated movies, I really liked the way their heads were drawn and things like that, and I was like, I want to learn to draw that. So I didn't go over the top going, I better draw the whole character. I just went, I'm just gonna draw the face over and over again. Sky drew Bussy. It's not a but, it's a part of a paw. Draw someone's smell paw. That bean is huge. But, you know, just start by drawing stuff that you really like. Rudy, don't pin that shit, dude. Come on. There you go. So that's, I think that is a good place for anyone to start. Like if there is something that you really like to see, something that you like to see art of, draw that and then work outward. I used to draw when I was really learning to draw furry stuff, when I was really homing in on it. The faces I studied, do they mean smelly or smelling? It's gotta be smelling. It has to be what B. Wilder posted, yeah. It has to be that. You know which characters I drew a lot, guys? I'm gonna copy and paste them in, because maybe you'll find this useful as well. Who did I draw a lot of? I drew this guy a lot. I used to watch this movie, and I'd sit down with a sketchbook, watching the movie, and I would draw him a lot. I really, really liked the way they drew his face. His face is very furry coded. It's very classic 90s animation. Yes, Balto! One of my favorite animated movies of all time. It's amazing. It's a really, really good movie. You should watch this movie if you haven't already seen it. Also, Steel from the same movie. Really good facial features. Really good to study. You know what's great about the way... very homo, but... You know what's really good? Not only do they, like, fucking nail the muzzle shape. Really, really good muzzle shapes. Good, like, overall, like, face proportions. But the eyes are super, super, super expressive in this movie. The eyebrows... They have like him in every expression, right? They cover like this guy goes through a lot of shit in this movie. So he goes through a lot of expressions. So there's bits where his eyes are like, eyebrows are down here and his eyes are like half closed or whatever. Like they go through like every expression. There's a lot to work with Balto. Another character that I drew the shit out of was, that's the wrong one. This guy, I need a good picture of him though. That's a really goofy picture. Oh, whatever, it'll do. It'll do. I'll just fucking use that one. This guy! This guy, known as Kenai from Brother Bear. Yet again, he goes through every expression under the sun in that movie. And again, very furry coded, very classic Disney kind of art style. I drew the shit out of this guy. You may have noticed something in common between these two characters. I'll give you a clue. It's around the eyes. I'll give you a clue, guys. Something in common that both of these characters have that really helps you to learn facial structure. See those? I have them too. They both have, it's quite unusual, not a lot of characters have these. They both have patches around their eyes. That builds the illusion of an eye socket. So you're not just learning how to draw the eyes and the eyebrows, you are also learning to draw the shape, the 3D structure of where the eye sits. I'm gonna show you another example of this. My search history is gonna be really interesting. That picture's tiny! Give me a bigger picture. Is that one big? That's even smaller. How do you have a smaller picture? That one, that'll do. That'll do. That's huge. All right, all right. 3, 2, 1, boom. Classic. Absolute classic. I used to sit and watch these movies, dude. I knew it. I knew it. I predicted it's Robin Hood, Sunny Showers. You are absolutely right, Sunny Showers. Well done. You are absolutely right. Look what he's got, chat. Look what he's got around his eye. That's not a good color for that. Let's pick this one. He has a patch around his eye. Oh. These three characters taught me so much about drawing furry faces. So much. Because they have the patch around the eye that helps you to understand the eye socket, the 3D structure of the face, not just their head, but the face, which is different. It's part of the head, obviously, but really good shapes on these guys. Really, really good shapes on these. Yeah, Corwolf, I think about that a lot. These guys, they didn't have giant shoulders to stand on. I surprisingly never watched the entire Robin Hood movie. It's really good. It's a bit weirdly paced, but it's a solid movie. You should definitely watch it. Who else? Who else was the other one who was really good for drawing cats? I definitely drew this one less, but has eye patches again. if you want to learn to draw cats, particularly cutesy cats, someone in chat said it earlier, Oliver from Oliver and Company. Look, he's got eye patches again. It really helps you to build an understanding of facial structure. And if you don't want to just draw canines and bears, you've got a cat there. I will say Oliver is probably a bit on the cutesy side. He's not going to teach you much about drawing the tigers from Zootopia. They are very broad muzzled. But what I'm saying is overall is there's a lot of really good material out there these days with all the movies that have ever come, all these fantastic animated movies that can teach you so much about drawing furry characters. Go back and look at that material. I'm repeating myself again, but it's so important. Referencing. Reference. Sit and watch movies that you really like. Study the characters. Pause it on frames where you think they just nailed the expression. It's a fucking good expression. I'm going to draw that. Sit and study it. Shere Khan is a great shout, Fenris. Really, really good shout. Yeah, much more broad-muzzled tiger if that's what you're after. For horses, I recommend Spirit, the DreamWorks movie. For bovines, I would say that's a tough one. There's not a lot of good bulls. Maybe World of Warcraft Tauren. But they're not really bulls, they're kind of hunchbacky. But I guess it's about the face, isn't it? For lions, Lion King without a doubt. I'm gonna show you Simba, and you're gonna see a physical aspect of Simba, and you're gonna be like, wait a minute. Yo, Judy! Oh my god. Judy, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, Judy. I appreciate that, guys. If you got a gifted sub from Judy, make sure you say thank you. Now you can enjoy the stream with 0 ads and loads of emotes. Thank you. World of Warcraft mentioned. Judy, thank you so much. That's very sweet of you. I really, really appreciate that. Guys, for lions, I'm gonna blow your mind. I'm gonna blow your goddamn mind about these eye patches. Ferdinand for bulls. Yeah, he's a bit toony, but yeah. Aw, thank you, that's awesome, Judy. Thank you, I appreciate that. Thank you for the 100 bits. I'm gonna blow your mind about this eye patch thing, guys. I'm gonna blow your goddamn mind about it. I feel like everyone in here knows who this is. And look, yet again, we have a patch around the eyes. A lot of old animators did this, and it is really, really good, again, for helping you to understand facial structure. There's a lot of lines that help you build the shape. That picture specifically, when I googled Simba, there was a lot of the young Simba, and I wanted older Simba. Because young Simba, they're more subtle on him, and we're talking about lions anyway. We're probably not going to draw lion cubs very much. Barking, I need him to look at me like that. I do love Simba. Simba's got a fantastic character design. But yeah, so this is what I'm getting at. Like, study old movies, whether it's Disney or otherwise. A lot of great 2D movies from the early 2000s, even the 90s. Balto is not a Disney movie. I think it's Universal or something like that. But they did amazing work on drawing anthropomorphic faces. And I spent years, man. I spent years drawing this. Let me see if I can find one more non-Disney, non-Universal option, more independently made. See if I can get... There we go. Let's make sure I can get a safe for work picture. I'll just use the front cover, it's fine. I bought this and my brother found it in my drawer. But that's besides the point. We'll go into that later. All right, this, boom. Press 1 if you recognize this. Press 1 if you recognize this book. Press 2 if you do not. Is it the Blotch DVD? No. You have it right there, Dirth. I got a copy 3 meters away. All right. So this character is Diego the Dingo from The Dog's Days of Summer. It's a comic by Blotch. I bought a copy of this at Anthrocon 2012. I was just barely old enough to buy it. It is an adult comic. It's not straight up porn though. It's just adult themed. Anyway, that's not the point. The point of this is that this comic taught me so much about how to draw. I opened it up and it's just full of really expressive, incredibly well-made illustrations. The Goldenrod Mall. Just lots of really good facial expressions, lots of really interesting takes on furry anatomy. I studied the shit out of this, man. Like this with those other movies, I looked at this and read it and loved it. Random hype train. Okay, cool. Thanks, Twitch, I think. I don't know why it does that. It just takes off sometimes. God, it was great. Did your brother read this? Yes. Yeah, my brother read this shit. But anyway. So yes, Blotch was very formative for a lot of furry artists in, I'd say, the early 2000s, like 2010s. Blotch was, everyone knew who Blotch was. I don't think they're very active anymore. Well, Blotch they're not Blotch anymore. They've like split. They're like their own thing now. I am deranged. Thank you for the 9 months. I am Fox ranged. I am D Fox. Baby name.
Think fast.
Hey, someone draw that. They were a group. Yes, Blotch was 2 artists. Yeah. Roaring Jess, thank you for that 115 bits. Yeah, Black Tegan and Kenkit. Those were the 2 artists who formed Blotch. I don't know if Kenkit is still active. Black Tegan still draws though, yeah. But oh, they're in Animal Art Crimes. Oh, okay. That makes sense. I recognize the art style. Anyway, sorry. Next question. We lingered on that one for a long time, but it was a really good question. I had a lot to say about that one. Thank you for the hype train, by the way, guys. Appreciate it. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, Penny. A bit weird. Just random ghost train. I'll take it, though. Ik wil niks! Ik wil niks! Thank you for the 131 bits words for sale. I appreciate it. Ik wil niks in chat. Alright, next question. Nerd Herd Furs Player 2. How, if at all, has being a bioscience peep informed your art as far as how you draw furry characters? Very little, if at all, if I'm completely honest. Yeah, not super much. I'm sorry, it's a bit of a boring answer, but it's a straight one. Unlike me! Now, doing bioscience, if anything, it only distracted from doing art, to be honest. If anything, it subtracted from it. It took a lot of time away from me from drawing and held me back on studying for several years. I actually, I really didn't draw a lot in those years at uni. I drew very little at uni. I was just so busy with like research articles that I quite frankly just didn't give a shit about. I kind of regret doing uni, or at least I regret the course I did. Hey, Shadow, welcome on in, dude. All right, next question. Evangelion. How would you go about drawing frizzy hair, human and furry? And GNY Han says, how do you draw different levels of fur and fluffiness without ending up in a zigzag mess? That is something I would do at the very end of a piece of art. That is like polish point. So I wouldn't do it at this point, right? I wouldn't worry about like, you know, I'm just drawing a character or whatever. I wouldn't worry about getting the fur fuzzy at this point. This would be something I would do at this point. It is very much a polish element of the art. Hi, Roy. Welcome on in. Look, behave yourself. Yo, Edoram, thank you for the raid. No. Edoram, thank you for the raid. How was your stream today? Hello, welcome on in. Javier, welcome on in. I hope I said your name right. I probably didn't. Churlito, hello, welcome on in. Guys, we're doing a bit of an Ask the Artist stream today. Big, but we're not talking about the bulge. We're gonna talk about non-bulge related things. Luso, welcome on in, by the way. We're doing a Ask the Artist stream today where I've been covering a lot of stuff about drawing and you know, how to make the most of your art, how to learn, how to, you know, feel motivated and all that stuff. Goo Crotch, welcome on in as well. Hello, welcome on in. Patog, hello. So you're talking about how to make fur scruffy, but you don't make it zigzags. Well, you kind of do, right? Not to zoom in on a pit, but it's scruffy and it's zigzags. That's just zigzags, dude. There's a little bit of curve to them. You know, it's a bit bendy like that. I just do it in like, I mean, what would be better? Whoops. Maybe make a new layer, be a bit less confusing. If I just paint right over it. I would do this. I would add more little like curved zigzaggy bits. What you can do as well is little things like that make it look like the fur's a bit mussed up and a bit like everywhere. All right, the more you do it, the more detailed it looks. What you can also do is where's his hair? You can do a strand sticking out like that. Finish! Or going in. All right, it looks more scruffy now, so individual strands coming out like that. Maybe some inside if you're feeling particularly bold. God damn it, Bewilder. Hey, Shaggy, welcome on. It's Scuba. What does Scuba mean? How else can you make it scruffy? I mean, I do little tufts that stick out like that, you know, on his arm. There. You know, just little... Not making the whole thing scruffy, just like a little bit of it, and then it gives the impression that all of it is scruffy. What else did you say in the question? You said frizzy human hair. I'm not super experienced with humans. When I do human hair, it's usually quite neat. But I would probably still go with the jagged kind of like, you know, you'd have little scruffy bits like that. Thank you, T-Shift. I appreciate that. God, Shaggy, I love that emote so much. Draw Miss Frizzle right now, I dare you.
No.
Something I like to do is break the line art with lines of color on top of corners. It makes the image extra fluffy. Do you mean like take the inside color and have it go out like that? That works. Definitely. Why does Imanosaurus look sad? Do you just like not have crisps? For Frizzy, you want a hairbrush or something that will help with the texture? Yes, actually. I don't have a brush like that, not to hand. What's this? What the hell is that? Like crumbs landed on it. What about that one? Oh, it's fireworks. What are all these brushes? Oh, that's kind of, yeah, I could do that. I don't really know though. That's reaching into painting for me. I don't really paint much. Clip Studio Paint is great because you can download a whole bunch of brushes and play around with them. Pappy Pandita, welcome on in. Hi, Gabe, welcome on in. Guys, some more artists you can ask questions of. Gabe, you should do a stream like this sometime. I'd love to learn from you. Gabe has absolutely gorgeous art. Glue brush? Glue brush. But that's how I do. That's how I make things scruffy. I just add more lines. Cause it suits my style, but like if I had a different style, I'd probably do it a different way. You know? How do we do that early on as a placeholder before we're ready to draw the fine frizzly hair? I mean, early on, right? You would be like, say I was gonna draw the arms. It's gonna look a bit like a fursuit, but the thing is, I wouldn't really bother about it being too frizzy that early on. I'd do that quite late in the drawing. Unless that hair is scruffy, in which case I'd go nuts and just make it really everywhere, I guess. I don't really know. Do you have an example of a character who has the look you're talking about? Good night, Bull Snacks. Eat well. Oh, thank you, Gabe. I don't think Gabe has much to learn from me, if anything, but yeah, Gabe, I'd love to know if you ever do an art stream. I'd love to watch. Depends on it depends on the style as well. The question's a bit hard to answer because it's stylistically dependent, and it's something I wouldn't really worry about until the end. Like you can add scruff easily to a generally finished image. It's harder to clean the scruff up than it is to add it. Hi Jack Eugen, welcome on in. Yeah, sorry, I know that's not like a great answer, but hopefully it's helpful nonetheless. All right, Possum says, "What are free drawing programs to PC?" Krita. I don't use Krita, but apparently Krita is the go-to free app for drawing on PC. There's also GIMP. Yes, it is called GIMP, G-I-M-P. Other than that, free trials of stuff, which isn't helpful, I realize. It's gonna be Krita. It's gonna be Critter. I would recommend, though, save up for Procreate if you have an iPad. Or save up for a perpetual license of Clip Studio Paint if you have a PC. They're worth it. They're not crazy expensive, and then you've got them forever, and you've got like a really high fidelity drawing app that's just there. Fire Alpaca, yeah. Someone mentioned that on my TikTok the other day. I forgot about that one. I've never used it, but if you recommend it, I mean, it's free. Try it, right? GIMP 2. There's a GIMP 2? Have you ever used a Buster Drawer more? I'm not Blur. A stream where everyone tries to do the same thing, kind of like an art class, where the streamer they're all learning from is doing the pro piece, would be really neat. Then the streamer posts the finished piece to class online. That's a cool idea. Yeah, that's a cool idea. Everyone draws the same thing, and then they compare it with the streamer, and it's like they can learn from it. That'd be really cool. That'd be really cool, actually. Yeah, CSP do sales. Consider buying it on sale. If you're not eager to get it right now, you can get it on sale. It'll save you a lot of money. Furry Bob Ross follow along. I would watch Gabe doing a furry Bob Ross. Absolutely. Absolutely, dude. Let's not drop my drink here. So many questions, guys. Thank you so much for all the questions, by the way. We got so many to read. All right, next question. Hi, Dizzy. Welcome on it. My problem is that when I draw faces, I still can't draw a face that fits the body. But style is very much the style I like. Dizzy, you'll get a great... You know what I would recommend? Focus on figuring out a face style... God damn it, Baroness. Focus on drawing a face style that you're really comfortable with. And I don't know what you mean about a body that doesn't fit the face. It might be that you're just drawing the head too big or too small. Or you're stylistically clashing. You might be doing like a really cutesy anime face with a super realistic body or something like that. Without seeing your art, I don't know. But just going off what you're saying, it sounds to me there's either a stylistic clash there, which says to me there's something there that you're not confident in drawing the way that you want to draw it. But yeah, without seeing your art, I'm not really sure, I'm afraid. That's not super helpful, I realize. All right, I'm gonna do this in order, sorry. Nitronic Techno says, I want to know how to do the different nose bone shapes for snout since mine have an overarch. Do you mean... Hang on, let me draw it. I'm assuming... Just draw it quick. So, this would be a standard straight canine muzzle the way I would draw it. But what I assume you're talking about is... You've got that kind of wolfish bump. Like that. Do you mean that? Because the nose bone's quite far back on on anything, really. The nose bone ends about there. That's all just like cartilage. So you would probably have like a bump there for a lot of animals, maybe. I'm not really sure what you mean. I need it because squirrel shape, and I managed more beaver. Oh, okay. That's helpful. Okay. Let's get a beaver. Beaver. I'll put side. Is that helpful? Probably not. That's a good beaver. Ew, no it's not. That beaver looks like it's made of cheat. Why are there no good beaver pictures anymore? Why are none of these beavers real? There we go, I found a real beaver. Alright. The British VTubers Awards? Hey guys, hello, welcome on in. Where's moms when you need it? Where's moms when you need them, dude? All right, so let's compare a beaver with a squirrel. Let me get a squirrel pickup. Squirrels, oh, that's better. That's straight, immediately side-on view of squirrels. Although, what is it with squirrels that's standing side-on? They always do that. All right, so you're saying you want to draw a squirrel, but you keep drawing a beaver. Well, I can see why. Because they're very similar profiles. They're not the same, but as far as the animal kingdom is considered, you know, they're pretty similar looking animals. So let's analyze them. I think what might be better if we get the beaver. Hang on, get the beaver, and we'll put it in the same angle as the squirrel, right? So we'll get rid of that. Not distracting us. Let's home in on these. So let's analyze why, when you draw a squirrel, do you keep getting a beaver? Sky for Wolf of the Year at the British VTuber Awards. And the Wolf of the Year is Sky, even though it's not a wolf, but all the British wolf VTubers fucking up in arms. How do you draw facial expressions? A fantastic question, Scout. We'll get to that in a bit, dude. We'll get to that in a bit. I'm gonna try and answer everyone's question. Hi, Trendane. Welcome on in, dude. So, what are the big differences that we're noticing here? Might be easier if I grab this and I make it less... Wrong one. I make this less visible. Overlay them. Like this. Right, so... Nitronic, if you are drawing a squirrel and it's coming out as a beaver, it says to me what you need to do is you need to draw your ear bigger and taller, and you need to draw the nose sharper. Not a lot, but a little bit sharper. There is a subtle difference here, and it's quite hard to see. But if I was going to draw a squirrel, right? Start with a normal circle, just so we know what we're doing. So the ears, like, that's going to help you differentiate a bit, right? You don't want to do a little nub of an ear, because that's going to make it look beaverish. So I'd suggest that's probably one place that you might not be getting right yet. Hey, Catnap, welcome on in. How you doing today? And the other thing is, there's, have you noticed there's a little...
Streamer, can you help?
Little brown
I can't
notch.
stop watching the most handsome, fierce, cute, chubby fox on Twitch. Skyfo hehe Skyfo belly rub.
Hey, Von Rusi, welcome on in. I can't stop watching the most handsome, cute, chubby fox on Twitch. Von Rusi, thank you very much for the 13 months. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome back to the Pudge Pack. Enjoy the emotes and the ad-free viewing. Not much chin, Nitronic. Really? I mean, you can give them a fucking gigantic chin if you want. You can do a Giga Chad squirrel if you want. Big old Giga Chad squirrel, because why not? I mean, it's your persona. You can draw them however you like. But if we're talking about what would be traditionally expected from a squirrel's appearance, I would suggest you keep the chin relatively small like that. And don't forget the teeth. I know they both have teeth. They're both rodents. But yeah. It's probably the ears, and you need to make the the nose just barely pointier. And then like that. Oh, also, you know what else you're probably doing? I see this all the time. I see this all the time in furry artists. And it's not wrong to do this. This is a stylistic choice that a lot of artists make. But if you want to telegraph the species that you are drawing to be reflective of that species' natural appearance, then you should not do this. What a lot of furry artists do is they put a dog nose on the end. They give him a dog nose. That's fine. If you want to do that, that's legit. It's valid. You can leave it like that. That's all right. That's fine. You can go ahead and give him a dog nose. Nothing wrong with it. I will say that your species, that your squirrel, it's not going to look much like a squirrel anymore. I mean, it might not. Again, stylistic choice. It isn't wrong. But if you are trying to depict a specific species, I would encourage you to draw the nose of that species, and then it will be conveyed a little stronger, okay? So, try not to do that if that's what you're going for. try and stick to an actual squirrel's nose type. A lot of people do dog noses on things that aren't dogs, and if you're doing it deliberately because you like it looking that way, valid, nothing wrong with it, don't change. If you are accidentally doing it, if you are unconsciously drawing a black blob on the edge of your character's snout, maybe start thinking about changing the way you do it. I see a lot of deer drawn this way. A lot of deer have dog noses. So many deer have dog noses. And again, if you're doing it on purpose, valid, leave it. Fine. If you're doing it by accident, give it a second look. And just consider drawing it with the species' true nose style. Again, stylistic choice, it's up to you. For example, an artist who does this is Temery. Temery draws big, bulky canine noses. The thing is, I've spoken to Temery about this. This actually came up a few months ago. We actually spoke about it. Tem does it on purpose. Tem just likes the nose style. Tem's like the stocks guy. Tem goes, I just like the stock. He just likes the nose. He just likes the broad muzzle style. He's aware it's not what an otter's muzzle looks like. He doesn't give a shit. And that's the difference. If you're doing it because it's a stylistic choice, cool, leave it, do it. Sweet, looks great. But if you want to draw, if you are trying to draw a squirrel and you're like, why doesn't my squirrel look like a squirrel? This might be why. And maybe that, I don't know. Sometimes I look up cartoon animal species to see what people are naturally exaggerating. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes go for what looks good over what's anatomically correct. Absolutely. I mean that's a huge cheat code that I love for art. Just draw what looks good, forehead. Honestly. Show us a deer nose. I'll show you a deer nose. Deer nose. Deer nose. Does it look like a dog nose? No, it does not. That is not a dog nose. That is a deer nose. But a lot of people draw deer with dog noses. And again, if you are doing it accidentally, consider reviewing it. Yeah, they're very boopable. That's a very wet nose. Probably just been drinking. Yeah, always pick what looks good, no matter what. They're very square. They're very dark. I mean, I can see why people would draw a dog nose, right? If you've not really thought too much about it, I can see why. Anyway, next Rudy, what is this? I'll come back to that. Come on. All right, so next question. Dizzy, yo, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Here's your free belly drum. Thank you. The Way of Life asks, how would you go about coloring interior walls without looking flat? Stuff like drywall, plaster, ceilings. Oh, that's really hard. That's really hard. Texture, basically. Texture's the really short answer. The thing is, mate, they do look flat as hell. They look really flat. Why is Clip Studio Paint not opening? There we go. What I did with this one is I broke it up into wooden panels just so it would be more interesting to look at. See these? I just broke it up. Very often what I do is I'll go on the internet and I'll look for a plaster texture. And I'll copy and paste it and I'll slap it over my wall, give it an overlay effect, 30-40%, sorry, I punched my mic, 30 or 40% opacity, and leave it like that. That is a big problem though. You can very often end up with very boring walls when you don't want to. Yeah, sorry, Be Wilder, sorry. Very easy trap to fall into. Another thing is just decorate it more. Put things on the wall, right? Breaking things up can be almost as effective as giving them a texture, right? So you maybe put a plant that's hanging there on the wall. Some leaves hanging down, I don't know. Maybe some bunting, right? Just put little things in the background to like break it up. Maybe a detailed shadow of a tree that's cast over it. Find ways to break it up and look a little bit different. I might have to leave soon. All right, goodbye, Jack Groove. Thank you so much for joining us today. Appreciate it, man. It's called bunting. Bunting. Oh, Dick, shut up. All right. Gustavo Jesus. How would you draw a hawk eagle focusing on their beak and the skull head itself? A hawk eagle? This is very specific. Hawk eagle. Oh, what a badass looking animal, dude. Let's have a look at this real quick. Clip, please. When I click on you, please just open. Hide those, hide those, hide those, hide those. Hey, Virus. Welcome on in. Hi, Adam. Welcome on in. What I'd do... I've never drawn one of these in my life. But what I'd do... Start with a circle again. Adam. And just break it down into shapes. British! I fucking love British people! Zappo the Clown, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Here's your free belly drop. That is a pretty unhinged first time chat, but I dig it. British! I fucking love... Chat, get your Tesco Club cards out. Get your Tesco Club cards out. We've got a apparent Anglophile in the chat. Let's go. Rudy, did you add British to my title or something? Because we just got the British VTubers Awards followed me. And now Zappo the Clown just followed me. Did the stream just become more obviously British? Yeah, he did. Yeah, British has been in the tags for ages. Alright. Thank you for the follow, dude. Alright, so... Birds. Birds, it depends on the bird. Some birds have beaks like that. Darwin will tell you all about this, man. Darwin will tell you all about this shit. Some birds have got beaks like that. Some birds have got beaks like that. Some birds have got beaks like this. Look at Cass, right? Cass from Breath of the Wild. That guy is all beak. His whole fucking face is beak. And it looks cool. I would focus a lot on the head shape. You want, see, you got your feathers over here. Like, I honestly just read the shapes of it. I've made that beak enormous, so I'm going to tone that down a bit. The brow juts out quite far. And then we get a beak that curves actually in a bit. Very typical of hawks. Actually, I'm not using that circle a lot. I'm actually going to draw some clothes. Because I want to. Like a scarf. And now they're looking like they're someone out of a VN. Would you like to fly with me? Give them a blush. Sorry, I'm getting carried away. But you get the idea. You get the idea. It's follow the shapes. If there is a specific species you want to draw, really analyze the shapes of the unanthropomorphized animal and then anthropomorphize it. Don't be ashamed of like just basically cloning the head shape and then making adaptations, right? So I've made the eyes a bit more human looking. I've given him an expression, right? I mean, maybe decorate him a bit more, put some stripes on his beak or something like that. Maybe it's like, I hunted someone and now I get marks for the hunt or something because it's in the lore of the visual novel that you're writing. I don't know what the purpose is, but... And then clothes, you know, stuff like that. Break it down little by little. Yo, Harry Genitalia, thank you for the follow. Here's your free belly drum, Harry. Appreciate it. Yeah, so that's what it is. Think about the species you want to draw. I mean, I've actually drawn that wrong. The beak actually comes out a bit more than that. There we go. What are these joke names? I mean, not all of them are jokes. Some of them, maybe. All right, next question. We got so many questions to answer. Shelves Dragon. What to draw in a pen and paper sketchbook? Not porn. Is there something that transfers better to digital art? Not really. Scanners are pretty good these days. Back in my day, scanning was a little bit troublesome because it was, I don't know, you needed a decent scanner to get a decent scan out of it that didn't look like complete shit. This is really useful for me if I ever make that Teco game. Do it, dude. Do it. Hey, Suko Yoti, welcome on in. No, okay, I mean, you can draw adult art in a sketchbook if you want, but the people you live with will find it. it has happened to me, it will happen to you. What to draw in a sketchbook? Whatever you want, man. Whatever you want. Just whatever you're willing for other people to come across. Because I guarantee you other people will look through and they'll find it. Someone asked earlier, you're allowed to trace your traditional art scans into digital art. That's literally just making line art. Yeah, you can trace your own sketches. That's just doing line art. I'm gonna trace my sketch right now. Imagine I drew that on paper. All right, I scanned it into my computer, dropped the opacity a little bit. So opacity, I keep saying opacity. So it's a bit easier to work with. And now I'm gonna ink it. It's the same deal. It doesn't really matter like where it came from. It's your work, right? You can trace over your own sketch to ink it and make it more permanent or whatever, you know. That's normal. That's completely legit. You can do that. What about drawing different types of animal ears? I think that goes back to being the same question as like how to draw this particular hawk. It's about analyzing the species and just going, I want to draw that species. All right, I'm going to Google that species and I'm going to analyze the shapes of its anatomy. So like, you know, rabbit, big tall ears, right? A bear, tiny round ears. Just referencing. You know what's funny? A lot of the answers to a lot of these questions are, honestly, man, referencing. Referencing is OP, and it's helpful, and it's legit. Thank you, Demi. That's quite flattering. I don't know about that, but thank you very much. This bird is really pretty. I love anthro art, dude. You can like, you just grab an animal, you just give it a scarf, you give it a cute little expression. You know, you make it smart and humanized, and it just gains so much appeal. Small thing, but I never understood how the beak connects to the neck. You don't really need to. Like, there's not a lot of ching going on, is there? You don't have to worry about that. Oh, thank you, Dizzy. Here in Brazil, we don't have many furries who can explain things as well as you do. I don't understand English that well. I'm surprised you can understand anything I'm saying. My accent's kind of stupid sometimes. Spout the nonsense. Hello, welcome on in. Any tips for line weight? I'm struggling to know when to go heavy and when to go thinner. Go thick lines where it's dark. So I'll show you right now. So there's not a lot of light there, right? So you'd go thick there. But there might be a lot of light hitting here. So I'm going to go thin there. But there might not be a lot of light there. So I'm going to go thick there. And if you ever overdo it, you just get your eraser and go over it, right? So it's about light and dark. But also pen pressure will generally do that for you. I'm gonna ignore what you guys are saying. Reference and observing is everything. Yeah, it's huge. Anyway, sorry, I'll jump back to the line. Vance asks, any tips on keeping a good balance between exaggerated / cartoony body proportions while still being sorta anatomically correct? Like characters being buffer / fatter than what we'd realistically see? Or should I just lean more into one side rather than trying to keep a balance? Stylistic choice again. Another stylistic choice question. I feel like a lot of people are having trouble finding their style, which I think is to be expected. Your style just comes from drawing what you like to see. That's all it is. That's all style is. You just draw the way that you like and... No, Spout, it's not your fault, mate. It's not your fault. Please don't apologize for that. Yeah, man, okay. Good balance between exaggerated, cartoony proportions while still being so anatomically correct. I guess that's kind of how I usually draw. What I would do, don't worry about doing, oh, humans are like 7 or 8 heads tall or whatever like that. Don't keep to any strict things like that. I think what you can do, furry art falls into that pocket anyway, right? You start drawing a furry character, and we tend to mess around with anatomy a lot in this fandom anyway, because the things we draw don't actually exist. So we can just like mess around with it. I think where that comes, it's quite a hard question to answer. Where that comes from is combining your own understanding of realistic anatomy, but also allowing yourself to be quite loose with it, right? Like I'm doing right now. Does anyone look like this? No. this isn't correct. The anatomy is kind of silly, but I'm enjoying drawing this way. It's exaggerated. It's visually interesting, and that will come as you draw things the way you want to see them. So really, yeah, Vance, this is your question, yeah. So it's what it is. It's a question of you just adapting your style. I don't know if you should really necessarily aim for a specific style more than just letting it happen. I love that emote so much. As you draw what you want to see, your style will just adapt to it. Yeah, like Toofy said, there's not a sliding scale between real and cartoony. It just kind of happens. Pursue what you want to see in your art, and it will happen by itself. I know that seems like really like I'm kind of hand-waving the question, like, oh, you'll get there, Sonny Jim, but like, that's a really hard question to answer because you're talking about the foundations of building your style, and that's something that happens over years, like literally years, man. Yeah. Keep drawing things that you like to see. Keep drawing in ways that you like to see, and your style will follow. Does that make sense? You're not going to draw something that's hyper-realistic. You're not going to draw something that's super cartoony. You're going to draw something that you find visually appealing, something that you want to see art of, and it will just end up how you're describing it anyway. If you make if you're like manually pursuing that art style, like don't bother. You'll develop that art style as you draw and draw and draw. But yeah. All right, next question. It is Big Booty Judy says, can you think of anything you really struggle to draw? And if so, could I see you give it an attempt? For the sake of time, Judy, I'm gonna go with no, I'm not gonna try and draw it. Vehicles. I have to heavily reference vehicles. So for example, my recent Star Fox Akira picture. Draw Hot Wheels? My recent Star Fox Akira picture features an R-Wing. That R-Wing is referenced off a 3D model of an R-Wing, which I'll show you. Sketchfab R-Wing. Sketchfab? Is it Sketchfab? I think it's, hang on, let me just wait till it loads. I think it was Sketchfab. Yes. All right. Sketchfab. You can find 3D models of basically anything on Sketchfab. So you can find one of these and you can pose it. And then you put that.
Sky.
Hey, Tiger Cat, thank you very much for the 20 months, dude. Welcome back. Enjoy the emotes and the ad-free viewing. Thank you. And then you just screenshot this in whatever pose you want, whatever camera angle you want, right? You put it on the side and you just draw it. You just reference it. I do not draw vehicles of any kind without referencing them, because I suck at them. I don't like drawing loads of straight lines. I like drawing bendy stuff. I like drawing organic shapes. So like characters, I will often not reference because I'm confident with them. But stuff like this, yeah, I'm gonna reference the shit out of that. Look at this. What the hell? I'm not drawing that. I'm gonna reference the shit out of that. R-Wings are rather angular. Yeah, which helps. But yeah, like, I mean, that's my answer to the question. I am not great at drawing vehicles. Yeah, I will reference the shit out of it. That's about it. All right, next question. Astro Blaster Cat. I am curious how I can create a palette hue for stage designs. In gaming, stage designs. Do you mean a color scheme? Is that what you mean? If you're still here, Astro Blaster. If you're not still here, it's okay. I'm assuming what you're asking me is, how can I create a color pardon me, sorry, my throat's very dry. Yeah, I'm here. Okay. Do you mean a color scheme? Drink water. I'm so thirsty. Soxino Shep. Hey, thank you for the follow. Is your free belly drum? Let me show you another website. Oh, must have changed names. Is it that one? There it is. I showed this to OK Donuts. This website is really good. Or at least it was. But it's still useful. It's still useful. Siege does stuff. Hello, welcome on in, dude. What's going on? Welcome to coolaws.co. I'm gonna put the website in the in chat. coolaws.co. So this website will generate any pride flag, any color scheme you want. Pardon me. All you do is you open it up and you press spacebar. If you don't like that color scheme, press spacebar. New color scheme. Don't like it? Spacebar. Don't like it? Spacebar. Now you can constrain it. You can like, oh, I like a certain color. You can lock it.
Skyfo Pog Shake, Skyfo Pog Shake, Skyfo Pog Shake.
Skyfo Pog Shake.
Naoki Pudge Pub with the 12 months. Thank you so much. Been around the sun one time. Welcome back. Enjoy the emotes and the ad-free viewing. What site is this again? coolaws.co. There you go. And Siege does stuff. Thank you for the follow. Is your free belly drum? Thank you, thank you, thank you. So what's great about this website is you can lock in a color that you want, or you can remove it. So remove color, check contrast. I've never tried that actually. View shade, sure, why not? Save color, drag, copy hex code. You need it for a website. You can just like, bang. That's a really nice website. Yeah, you know what's a really fun exercise actually? Is do a drawing and only use the 5 colors that this website gives you. It is so fun doing that. Only use the colors and maybe black for line art, right? You can add black for line art. But like a really fun challenge is do a whole drawing and then only use the 5 colors you get from this. Dupe dudes, woo! Hello dupe dudes, how you doing? And there we go, toggle lock. So watch what happens. I lock that and I'm gonna press spacebar again. So what happened then is we kept the same middle color. I could have sworn I heard it. Oh, from Oak then. It kept the same middle color, and now it's picked 4 other colors that synergize well with that middle color, right? So what happens if I'm gonna lock that one, I'm gonna lock that one, I'm gonna unlock that one. It keeps the 2nd and 4th color, and now it's gone, okay, here's some other colors that work with it. So it's picking out colors that complement the colors that you've got on there. It will always choose a color scheme that just works. It's really, really nice. Now you can add more if you want, right? You click a plus here. You can add loads if you really want. Let's unlock and do a completely new one. Oh, I have to pay. Go Pro to generate more than 5 color. Well, they worked hard on it, I guess. I'm not gonna pay for it because I'm just demonstrating. You can do 3 if you want. You can do a triadic color scheme. That's murky. I don't like that. Ooh, that's nice. That's really nice. No compliments there, though. There we go. Now we got a compliment. Okay. Rudy, shut up. So yeah, so there you go. Coolers.co. There was access to Coolers AI. Ew! Yeah, don't bother with that. Just use the free one, guys. just use the free one. There you go. Yeah, there's another question for you. All right. Next question. Lurk Kobold asks, okay, but for real, I, for the life of me, cannot figure out drawing good clothes that wrinkle in realistic ways. If you're planning on drawing that, I'll know. Let me show you. What I should do is... blah, blah, blah. I should have like a ready to go Drawing. Do I? Hang on. Maybe I do. Do. Yeah, let's get my ref sheet out. Just for the sake of drawing clothes. Alright. So, we're gonna add clothes to Sky. What you want to do is you want to think about gravity when you're doing your clothes. What a lot of people do... Hey, Gabriella, welcome back. Whoa! It's a ref, guys. It's a ref. Relax. This is... Say hello to my persona. We're going to add clothes to him. Here's how you do it. What a lot of people do when they draw creases, right? They don't think that much about how loose they want the clothes to sit. And they don't necessarily think about the gravity of it. You're a furry? So for the sake of, I mean, I'm gonna draw a shirt on him. All right. I'm gonna draw a little collar here. It's gonna be a very big shirt. Think about gravity with it. Think about the way a shirt fits. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to draw lots of creases around the arm because it's bent here a lot. And those creases are going to fan out from the armpit out, right? It's creased a lot here. Hey, Scranmu, thank you for the streak, dude. And then like a light kind of like swinging shape along the back because it's not that crease back there. And then I don't want it fitting like crazy tight, but... So there's less creases, the less it's folded, the less it's scrunched, right? And now you match, yeah. So I'm gonna draw. No, if it's rolled up, you're not gonna see a lot of it. I won't roll it up. So what I'd do first of all is build the overall shape of the shirt that you want. Don't worry about creases just yet. Just draw the shirt on him. So you've got the cuffs of the shirt around the wrist here. And then, now we're going to start thinking about creases, right? So creases will take gravity into account and they'll have a bit of a U-shaped sway to them. Why did you remove the purple pads from your Persona's hands? I kept the fingertips. Well, he was actually never meant to have these. These were added and I don't recall asking for them. Not that I ever minded. But the fingertips, they've always meant to be there. So now we're going to add some creases. So what I'm going to do, it's kind of low resolution this, but I'm going to do like a fold like that. That's too low res. That's not going to work. What we'll do is, you know what, I'm just going to draw an arm. All right. So again, I'm just going to draw the shirt on it. Over the top of it. I'm going to worry about the creases in a minute. I'm just going to draw the shirt first. Might be a bit easier to just think about drawing. So there's no creases on this. There's no creases on this, okay? Where are his shorts? Golden Globes? God damn it, dude. You know what? Maybe it's a good job I took my ref off. So we're going to start adding, again, because gravity's kind of sagging it a little bit. We're going to have these little bits that are just draping off it. Not a lot, though. It's really easy to overdo this. It's really hard. It's really hard to, like, get the right subtlety in the way clothing, like, sags and hangs and stuff like that. And it also depends on the clothing that you're drawing, right? Because if you do like a robe, it's going to hang really heavily. I mean, some of it might actually crease a lot. It depends on how tight the fit is. But you're going to have this kind of like zigzag pattern going on. There's some really good tutorials out there that nail this a lot better than I'm doing right now that really kind of help show that, you know what I mean? That kind of sag on it. If I show you something baggier, I'm gonna show you like let's draw like a robe, right? So it's gonna like, again, it's like thinking about gravity. It's gonna hang down like this. Get it all out, what's in my head, and it's the gay He-Man song. So that's hanging a lot more. It's like, it depends on the clothing you're talking about, but what you want to be thinking about is those V shapes. You know what? I can probably find. I did find a really good tutorial about this. Closed crease, and I can walk you through it because they show you the drawing. They don't necessarily like. That's a good one, but can I get a better one? Bear with me, bear with me. Ooh, that's pretty good. Yeah, I like that one. I'm gonna use that one. Who is this by before I... This is by... It doesn't fucking say. Are you serious? It's just like a repost on Reddit. You know what? It's pretty good. I'm just gonna show you guys. If anyone finds out who this is by, we'll shout them out. But this is a pretty good tutorial on clothes creasing. So... These triangles are pretty fun to work with. They can help guide how they should hang, right? And like around the crotch, you've got this kind of like that, almost like a supernova. But yeah, it's easy. It's so easy to overdo it. It's so easy to overdo it. And like it says, avoid parallel lines. Parallel lines make it boring really fast. You want to have different shaped triangles at different angles. What it means is like, that is not parallel to that. Do you see that? Like that crease is at a different angle to that crease. That crease is at a different angle to that crease. That makes your creases way more interesting. To try and break them up, like that's different to that, you know? That's how your clothes crease. Again, like a great idea might be to put clothes on yourself, do different poses, twist your body, like put your arm in different poses, take pictures, and study the way the creases hang. And again, it depends on the clothes you're wearing, right? T-shirt's not gonna crease that much, depending on the tightness of the fit. But it's about this kind of V shape I was talking about. It does feel very sex without the same angle. Interesting way of putting it. Orion Red, hello, welcome on in. But yeah, hopefully that's helpful. It's about those triangles. It's about those V shapes where it's kind of hanging, but kind of hanging loose. Do you take pics of yourself for reference of clothing and poses ever? I do, yeah. I was saying earlier, I've got a lot of pictures of myself of like different poses that I couldn't find online, or I didn't want to like go in Magic Poser and pose it. I just thought I'll just selfie stick plus self is a pretty good way of getting poses and angles that you otherwise wouldn't be able to get. Ooh, constructive feedback for art. Yeah, we'll get to that in a minute. Let me answer a few more questions. Oh, wait, they're next? Oh, they're next. Okay, in that case, I'll do that next. Okay. All right, Elfin Frog wants some constructive feedback on their art. We can do that. All right, one sec. Yeah, selfie slash tripods are amazing. Really good for taking pictures of yourself for references and stuff. Sky, I'm pretty sure your Golden Globes could be a hydraulic press based on your ref. God damn. Rudy, time out, Odex. Doesn't look weightless. Ooh, tough one. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. Hopefully, anyway. All right. So, Elfin, your question has come up, and you want constructive feedback on your work. So you've done a couple of drawings of Barley. Let's have a look at these. So you want some constructive feedback on this. This is really bright and colorful. This is gorgeous. I guess it depends, Elfin. It depends on what you were trying to achieve. It's difficult to give you constructive feedback on something if I don't know necessarily what the target is for you. Because as far as I'm concerned, this could be exactly what you were going for. You know, there's a lot of stylistic choices here. There's edgeless colors here. There's no lines. It looks great. It does look great. I don't know what Elfin's looking for in this one. You know, could it be color choices? Could it be the character's anatomy? Could it be the color scheme? Could it be the choice of font? I don't really know. Can you get some feedback as well? I think what we'll do, Gabriello, I think what we'll do is I might do a you know, an art feedback stream, and then we can talk about people's art. You know, maybe like another Sunday or something. We'll just like people can send me art and we can talk about it. I'm not seeing Elfin at the moment, so I'm not really sure what feedback you're looking for on this. Color. Color's what you're going for. Man, I'm gonna be honest with you. The color is the thing that really stuck out to me as being exceptional. Yeah. I don't know. Elfin. Sorry. I know that's not very helpful. It's you've used some really lovely colors on this one. So I don't know what to say. Is that that looks like pure white? It is pure white. I guess one thing I can say, if I'm being very, very nitpicky, is personally, I use pure white very, very sparingly in my art. Because once you hit white, you cannot, on a digital screen, you cannot get brighter than that. That is it. That is the absolute highest point of brightness. And it can cause the rest of the image to be thrown off in terms of the contrast. So if you're using white, pure white, as an actual base color in your art, that's really bright. That is a lot of brightness that you're working with there, and you can really tie your own hands on that. So I recommend, like, if you're gonna do a polar, it's hard with a polar bear, right? Because it's like they're white. I would recommend taking a slight off-white that's like ever so slightly blue-gray or like orange-gray or something like that, and then work towards white on the absolute brightest parts of the character. But at that point, I mean, like I said, I'm being very, very nitpicky on that one. I haven't got a ton to say about the colors on this one. I think you've chosen really well. I mean, if anything, you could maybe have not chosen pink for the background because you've got pink here, right? You got pink here and you've got pink here. So you might not have wanted pink for the background. We can play around with what works. All right, we could choose a darker blue. Right, it allows Barley to kind of stick out a bit more, because he's now they're contrasting more with the color of the background. Can I try art while listening to the stream? Of course, you don't need my permission for that. Of course you can. Just go and do it. I can try orange. Try a brighter orange. Yeah, I get. It's just a case of like, I wouldn't race to use a color I'm using on the character on the background. That's about it. Yeah. So, yeah. Hopefully that's helpful. Other than that, I don't know what else to suggest. Hey, GBA, welcome on in. All right, next question is from Terasaki Crash. By the way, I got a question. How to understand both light and shadow when it comes to the direction of the light? Val L. Pink Panther also said, any advice for when color/painting such as lighting? Step 1, establish a light source. You're not going to get very far without doing that. You need to know where your light's coming from. And I recommend you establish your light source really, really early. Really early. Let me get... I actually have got something for this. Hang on. My work in progresses folder. Let's get... maybe that one? Let's use this one. I haven't opened this file for 2 years. I haven't opened this file for 2 years, but I'm going to open it now. Here's a doodle I did 2 years ago. And never finished. You're looking at unfinished art that I gave up on. But it's a pre-made drawing that I can just show. So you gotta establish some light. How is this Mpreg? It's just a muscle gut. Anyway, so establish a light source. So do I want the light source to come from here? Maybe. It's towards the viewer, so that's nice. Or maybe I want it coming from here. Wherever you choose, obviously you want to start thinking about where your shadows are going. Hey, Hunker Dial, welcome. Dad? So you would then, like, thinking about that, you would... That brush is awful. That one better? Just barely. It'll do. So you would then start thinking, right, what's going to be light, what's going to be dark? And it also depends on the intensity of the light, right? How hard is the light hitting them? Because if it's not very intense, if it's only like ambient light, right, it's not going to be very visible. The shadow's going to be very low contrast. But if it's a very harsh light, yeah, you want this to be pretty dark, probably. And you want the edges of it to be very defined. So, yeah, make a choice about where your light's coming from. Make a choice about how harsh the light is. Do you want it to be a soft ambient light? Do you want it to be quite a hard light? Depending on the extreme angle of it, if anything, how much of the character is going to be in light and how much of them is going to be in shadow. If the light is coming from a bit behind them, then what you might actually want to do is color all of them in shadow. Thank you very much for the follow, Fire Wolf the Wolf Dog. Wolf the Wolf. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Here's your free belly drum, thank you. And then once you've got them all... I give up on this brush. Let's use this brush. There we go. That other brush was like lagging for some reason. So we're basically going to color him all in shadow, right? He's completely bathed in shadow. And then if the light's coming from like kind of behind him, like over here, like kind of over his shoulder, then you might want to work back to front. You might want to actually erase the shadow and just have little bits of it like that. This might actually be a better way for you to work regardless. Some people might do better knowing what they look like completely in shadow and then start adding light, right? A lot of people actually do prefer to work this way. I do sometimes do it this way. If it's a particularly dark piece, then yeah, I'll do it this way. But it's pretty rare that I'll work from dark to light. Alex Foxtail, hello, welcome on in. Too much stabilization. Yeah, it does that sometimes. I don't know what's going on with it. It just like doesn't stroke sometimes. Do you pose your character before or after choosing the light? Before I choose the light. Hi Astro the Ball, welcome on in. How would the light affect the color of the fur? Oh, I see. All right, well, you can use what's called multiply for that. I'll show you multiply. Multiply is really good. All right, so you know what I'm gonna do? Just copy and paste that. Let's make you all yellow. Ew. That's not good. Let me finish making him yellow and you'll see what I mean. I'm doing this in like a really quick way, but I'll get there. Hang on. Let me make sure he's all actually colored in. So let's say he's yellow because it's me. All right, gonna make him all yellow, even though I'm not yellow all over, as you can see. So we put some shadow on him, right? Hey, look, a Pikachu. God damn it, dude. So, Penny, good night. Thank you for joining us today. I hope you've enjoyed the stream. Yeah. So, above it is my multiply layer. Allow me to explain what a multiply layer does. So I'm going to move out of the way here. You can see it there. You see the yellow bit, the yellow blob in that layer, that's the colors, right? And then above it, the layer that's highlighted, that's my multiply layer. Now, what does multiply do? Well, multiply darkens whatever is below it based on the color that you have chosen. Now, I've chosen a kind of a murky blue, right? It looks like this. Now, that's quite intense. It's kind of uggo. I'm not crazy about that. So I'm going to change my multiply layer just for the sake of simplicity. I'm going to change it to gray. All right, so now this is darkening my persona using a middle gray, right? It's like between white and black. It's like a middle gray. Now this isn't very interesting to look at. This color of shadows kind of boring. Make it more interesting. So now, instead of gray, I'm going to change this to this color. A bit of a murky red, right? Very, very gray red, right? Not a lot of saturation in this. But watch what happens when I use this color on a multiply layer. Whoa. Huge difference. We've got way warmer, way more welcoming, interesting shadow. It looks so much nicer and it looks natural. It's not too intense. It's not too overbearing. It's just like kind of the right color. And that's the thing with multiply. With multiply, you only want to be using, well, not only, I mean, feel free to experiment, but it does a lot. Multiply does a lot. You only need a very low saturation color, like a gray red. If you can see behind chat, the color I've chosen for this is a very grayish red. It's literally that color right there in the middle, that one. I mean, if I were to choose green, this is gonna look not good. I mean, I kind of look like I'm at the swimming baths now, and the pool is like reflecting up onto me. So what I'm saying is this will choose the color of the shadow. Not for you, but it will apply it in a way that looks natural for you, as long as you use it properly. So, multiply layer, consider lowering the opacity from 100. If I have this in 100, it's going to be like really intense, and I don't think we want that. Like that's like sunset. You know, that's super, super, super dark, right? We don't want that. So I'm going to lower the opacity of my multiply layer to, let's say, 50. Yeah, looks pretty good. Let me try 25. Much more subtle, okay? This is what he looks like without it. And this is what he looks like with it. So it will darken your work for you. Sky, what happens if I use white in multiply? Let's find out. I'm going to paint over it in white. It's gone. Multiply doesn't show white. It's too bright. It's not going to darken anything. I'm going to undo that. What happens if I use black? Just pure black. What happens? Murky and very deep. And if I put this up to 100% opacity, it just makes it black. The song? Yeah, I need to play this game one day. It looks amazing. Adorak. Hello, welcome on in. What's going on, dude? Good to see you. Bajandi as well. Hello. Thought shadows would go towards cooler colors, highlights to warmer colors. Yes and no. That's a pretty decent rule. But it's not always correct. You should experiment with it. Shadows can be cooler, shadows can be warmer. It depends on the environment that you're in. Shadows can look warm in a environment that's got, for example, if you're in a volcano, right? Bit of an extreme example. On a sunny day, you might have warmer shadows. In a sauna, you might have warmer shadows. It's about conveyance. if you're in a warm situation like a beach, you might want to use warm shadows to help convey the warmth of the scene. Also, maybe you want to try using warm shadows for a romantic scene, or even something just straight up adult in its nature. It feels warm, it feels welcoming, it feels cozy. I mean, blue feels good too. It depends. It depends on the mood of the piece that you're going for. Shadows can be whatever color you choose and whatever works. I often choose warm shadows for my persona just because blue kind of looks a bit... I mean, I'll show you. It's a bit tricky to get it to work on yellow. Because yellow's just such a bright and warm color, it can look murky and washed out. Can you see what I mean? I'm using blue now as the shadow. It looks a bit washed out. I'll use a different blue. It's like, I mean, it works. It doesn't look bad. It's just, I don't really know if I like that. You can use purple. Purple might be a nice middle between warm and cool. Prolinane, thank you for the follow. Is your free belly drum for following me? Thank you. Hey, K's me out. Welcome on in. What's going on? I learned something about multiply. I've been using black. Yeah, don't use black with multiply. I mean, you can if you want, but if you want more interesting shadows, I encourage you to use, you know, washed out blues, washed out reds. Insert thy color theory here, please. Sky, don't forget about grayscaling. Oh, for your values? I mean, yeah, that's useful. If you want to check the values of your piece, as in the contrast, how the dark and the lighter colors go against each other, there's a pretty good way to do that. Make a new layer, set it to color, grab any gray, and then paint over the entire scene, and it will immediately become black and white, and then you can check your values. And if it looks good still, then you don't need to worry too much about your values. You've probably got good light, good dark in there. You've got a good balance. But if something looks really murky, if something looks really kind of like, oh, it's too dark in that one area, even though all the colors are different, you might want to play about with your values to improve visibility. Wakironi, thank you for the follow as well. Here's your free belly drum. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Kerudi. All right, next question. All right. So, oh my gosh, so many questions. Sangeira says, ear placement, size, and curvature for common species. Micabot also says, how to draw different animal types of ears, how to distinguish the shapes so they don't look the same. Referencing! It will help you, though. Referencing will definitely help you with this. One thing that I think stands out is horses. Horses, their ears are pretty high up and kind of in the middle compared to a lot of other species, whereas bears, their ears are pretty out to the sides. So, I don't want to feel like I'm dismissing your question. It's a really good question, but if you want to get placement of ears right, you really do want to be looking at photographs of the animal that you're drawing and learning from that and going like, oh, horse ears are pretty high up, kind of in the middle. Oh, dog ears are kind of like halfway between side and middle. Bear ears are pretty sideways. Human ears are super sideways. You know, primates, our ears are all the way to the sides. That's actually not that common in nature. You've got us, you've got like birds, you've got lizards. Other than that, most mammals, their ears are like kind of up there. We're a bit unusual like that. Bears and tigers have generally the same shape. Yeah, they're close. Bears are really rounded. Tigers are rounded, but just like if you get like a bear's ears and just kind of tug them up a little bit, they'd look like tiger ears maybe. I don't know. Moji Monch, hello, welcome on in. Lizard. That movie's so good. Oh, the tree is loud. Sorry. Just like that one moment from that movie killed me. All right, next question. I have an art question. How does one draw chubby / plus sized bodies? That's a really good question. It's hard. It's really hard, mate. It's really, really hard. Because there's not a lot of references for them. And so I would sit here and go, referencing, but it's not that easy. Pretty hard, mate. What you want to do is Let's see if I can do it like this. It's a bit exaggerated. So I'm gonna draw, are you scanning me at a time like this? I'm gonna draw the same skeleton side by side. And one of them's gonna be a twink. And one of them is not gonna be a twink. I think I'll make them wave. It'll make it easier to pose later. All right, so let's move you over a bit. With that posing, it must be BT borderline. God his ass, dude. All right, so I usually wouldn't really suggest that you would, yes, movies, yeah, that you would use the same skeleton for the same drawing. I actually think that makes it a lot harder, but for the sake of presentation, to show you how to draw chunky and how to not draw chunky, I'm gonna do this the hard way just for the sake of, yeah. Can I be the twink? Sure, why not? Super B Cicada, thank you for the follow. Is your free belly drum? So we've got Coda on the left side. So we're gonna stick pretty close to the skeleton on this one. Not to say Coda's skeletal, anything but you know. If you don't have a lot of adipose tissue, that's fat. You are going to be relatively close to the skeletal structure underneath. There's not going to be a massive difference between the two, right? They're going to be kind of close. Now, let's think about someone who does have a lot of adipose tissue. What I would normally do, I would actually not draw this to start with, but again, I'm drawing it this way to help show you how to pad out a character from the same starting point, just so it's like easier to look at, right? So, I would think about where you collect fat on your body. If you are a if you have a traditionally biologically like cis male body, your body tends to prioritize collecting fat on the torso region, so you get a big belly, get like that kind of apple shape. If female, it will generally be a bit of an hourglass shape. Again, very much exceptions to both of these, but for the sake of conveyance, I'm going to go with a male character because I've gone with male on this side. So, you will collect fat on your torso, but you'll also get it everywhere else. You know, you're not going to get it on your feet or your hands, but you'll get it on, you know, legs, arms, and especially torso. So, this time we're not going to stick very close to the skeleton at all. We're actually going to break the boundaries and draw around it. So this is going to challenge your imagination on this one. You're going to have to really like play with curves a lot. So I'm adding a lot of, we're going to have some moves going on too. Don't necessarily draw pecs here if it's fat you're going for. You want moobs. So moobs curve in and then out like that. So you're basically drawing curves. See, that's where we were, right? You're drawing curves around it. You're framing the body with extra adipose tissue. And you're just adding curves where fat collects. You're not going to get a lot of fat down here, so this is like, I mean, you'll get a bit, but like not much, right? So that's going to be pretty similar. Now, this is why I don't normally draw like a narrow skeleton and then draw a fat character over, because now I have to reposition the arm entirely. The hand cannot be where it was. It's going to be pushed out a bit by the collection of fat. So now I'm gonna draw curves over here. It's probably a bit too much definition in that shoulder there. And then I'd put like I put the hand here instead. So the hand was down here. It's now like kind of up here. So it's about, you know, you're adding curves. You're adding curves and just correct as you go. Like I want that to be a bit bigger there. I actually think the arms are kind of big. Might shrink the arms down a little bit. Yeah, I've made the forearms a bit too big compared to the biceps. And then you might get like a thicker neck, rounder cheeks, right? The eyes will be the same. The eyes will be exactly how you would have drawn them on the other character. So will the ears. You don't collect fat there. That you get no fat there at all. But your cheeks might get some in the neck as well. Maybe you have like a double chin, or whatever people call it these days. Hi Murphy, welcome on in. How you doing? So it's just a game of adding curves where you would expect to see them, really. And a female character you again traditionally would expect an hourglass physique, so wider hips, wider chest. But for a male, you would have a bigger gut. I might even go bigger than that, to be honest. I think that's big enough. So yeah, I would have chosen a different starting point, but it's just for demonstrating, like, you know, same skeleton, and then you just pad it out with curves. No fat ears. So yeah, another thing that I would do is to finish this off, to exaggerate weight in the character. This is why I don't draw the same skeleton. To exaggerate weight in a fat character, I'd actually make their upper body larger, and I would make the legs stouter. Does this make anatomical sense in real life? No. But we're not really bothered about real life with this. Actually, it's better if I liquefy that. It stops me erasing everything. So I would basically, I'd make the legs shorter, and I'd make the upper body larger. Is what I would go for with that. Whereas with a Twinkie or athletic character, you want quite a lot of leg going on. Leg. The smaller the legs, the bigger the belly. It also creates an impression of weight. If you have a larger upper body, but the legs are kind of not that big, it creates the impression that the upper body is weighing down on the legs and applying weight to them. Again, it doesn't work like that in real life, but we don't really care about real life. This is a furry illustration. You know, we exaggerate things for the sake of conveyance. Yeah, Mugana, hopefully it's been useful. So yeah, that's what I would recommend with that. To create the impression of weight, stouter legs, put the weight on the torso. Yeah. There you go. All right. Who's next? Tav Howls asks, I'm slowly getting into art, but I seem to have an issue with distance/perspective. How do you make an object/landscape look further away, like a landscape or figure across a lake or field? There is a very easy one-click, all right, not literally one click, but not many clicks way to do that. Goodbye, Shelves Dragon. See you later, dude. Say we've got a guy here, right? And he's looking across a lake. Yo, thank you, Brother Rat. Oh, finally, the sequel to Brother Bear.
Here. Pretty baby.
Thank you for the follow. Is your free belly drum?
Yeah. Oh, you took the
Hey, Genie Problem, welcome on in. DG Bouncy Beats, welcome on in as well. Hello, hello.
Thank you for sharing all of this info. I am not an artist per se, but I love hearing all this knowledge. You're a scholar and a gentleman.
Why, thank you very much. It's very flattering. Thank you for the 300 bits as well, oh dear God. I appreciate that. I also find it funny that you got like the one deer redeem we have. No, it's not. Sky loves fit. Well, it is kind of. Why'd you have to point that out? All right. So we've got this guy, and then There's someone stood over here, right? Your brother Rat with the first ever sub as well. Guys, let's get some Skyfo Pog Shakes in the chat for that first ever sub. They just followed and then they just immediately subbed. Thank you so much, dude. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Enjoy the emotes and the ad-free viewing. All right, so this is called Foreground. I didn't leave myself enough room. Foreground. This is called Background. Now, it's not just a case of drawing one smaller and drawing one bigger. There is a really cool trick that we can do for this called depth of field. With my background layer selected, I go up at the top of Clip Studio Paint and go to Filter. Oh, the menu doesn't come up. Shit. I'll just read it out. Filter, Blur, as in blur the fur. Gaussian Blur. Gaussian Blur. G-A-U-S-S-I-A-N. Gaussian Blur. And now we get a new menu that, again, you can't see for some reason. And we can increase the strength of it. And now that's blurry. Because it's out of focus. And I just basically click whatever looks good, depending on, you know, how far away I want it to seem. The more blur it gets, the more further it will seem. And then, okay. And now it's far away. That's a good way of creating depth. It's a very, very useful way to create the illusion of distance. Now, what you can do the other way around. Oops. You can do the other way around. You can blur the foreground if you want the focus to be on the background. So again, Gaussian blur. Now, all of a sudden, the guy in the background is actually the focus. And not this guy. The good thing about a Gaussian blur is that your eyes actually don't like lingering on a Gaussian blur for very long. You don't realize it, but that Gaussian blur, your eyes look at it and go, I don't really like that. And then your eyes will snap onto the thing that's not blurred. So no matter how long you spend looking at this picture, your eyes will your brain will constantly move over here. If you look at that guy, you'll be like, I don't like that. And you'll look over there. That's the thing about Gaussian blur. Gaussian blur is a really good way of directing the viewer's attention to something. I'll show you another place I've used Gaussian blur, by the way. I used it here. And what I can do to make sure that you look in the middle of the picture is I can Gaussian blur the edges of the picture to keep your focus in the middle. So I'm going to do it right now. I'm going to duplicate the layer. Filter, blur, Gaussian blur. I'm going to blur the shit out of it. And now I'm going to erase away the blur. Now when you look at this picture, if you try to look in the corner, you're going to be like, your brain is automatically going to be like, I don't want to look at that. I want to look at the bit that's not blurry. And your eyes will automatically keep going back to the bit that's in focus. You blurred the fit. Be wilder. Paws are blurred. All right, fine. I will only unblur the feet. Are you happy? Whoa. Hi, Diba. Perfect. Oh my god. Gaussian blur everything but the... How do you blur the image? Filter, blur, Gaussian blur. In the menu at the top. Filter, blur, Gaussian blur. It will only blur whatever is on your current active layer. You can only have one active layer at a time. I mean, we can only unblur. But you know what I mean? So like that's a good like depth of field. That's a good depth of field thing. They unblurred blur the foot, believe it or not, dude. Yeah, it's a really good way of, like, you know, creating the illusion of distance. And that's what art is. It's a bunch of illusions, really. Pardon me. All right, next question. Toothy, how do you achieve drawing digigrade legs without giving, pardon me, the character a flat butt? You just kick the shit out of him, dude. You just kick the shit out of him. I'm gonna draw some. Stop scoring my burp. Stop it. Alright, this is the bottom of a torso. We're doing digigrade legs. Thank you for the follow, Tuna. Tuna, thank you. Here's your free belly drum. Thank you, thank you. Just like a dating profile, you give the illusion of depth. You're welcome on in. We're doing an Ask the Artist stream today. Wait, we're getting a song about legs when I'm drawing legs? Crazy. What are the odds? I'm turning this shit up. You can't spell legendary without leg, guys. That. Ass on the menu. So there you go. That's how you just draw a butt. All right, maybe tail over it. I don't know. You just give him a butt. What you might be struggling with is that divot there, the separation between the gluteal muscle and the thigh. But don't be shy about it. Just make it a subtle bump. Like that. It'll make all the difference. You might have been drawing it like that. And maybe not a curve in the back. Yeah, you gotta chisel out the cheek. That muscle's important. You gotta draw that. Naomi Smalls. Oh, thank you, Tuna. I'm glad you've been enjoying it. Yeah, that's what it's about. I figured it was probably that. That's how you just gotta define it. You gotta define the musculature. All right, next question. Scout Floofs. How can I adjust the opacity so it changes based on pressure, but without needing to press too hard? That's your curve. That's your pressure curve. That you do in your driver settings. So if you're using a Wacom tablet, it's called, search your PC for Wacom tablet properties. And then you go on under pen, it says tip feel, right? Turn that back down. You go on tip feel, you go on customize, you get like a thing. What you want to do is you want to nudge it up a bit. I'll show you what I use again. That's mine. So with this setup, I don't have to press that hard to get more pressure. I encourage you to customize yours to be this. So move that a bit to the left like I have. It's meant to be over there. That blue arrow, it's meant to be there. I shifted it to the left. And also I've nudged that a tiny bit to the up and left as well. It's meant to be there. But it lets you click and drag it. Very, very useful. So that's how you do that. Hopefully that answers your question. Next question. One Stone asks, hi, I have a question about drawing. How do you draw the oblique muscles on the abdomen? I've seen them drawn many times on massive torsos, but I never understood where they start and end. All right, let's get a picture of that. Let's get a picture. Oblique muscle. Preferably not AI ones. I mean, that one's all right. Okay, I'll let me grab you this. So what I do with this, these are your obliques. Yeah, no worries, Scout. Hopefully this answers your question. What I do with this, it's really easy to go over the top with obliques. And so GNYHon, I'm really glad you said that, because the obliques are quite hard to see. Unless you have like an insanely chiseled torso, which is like super rare because you need like a crazy diet for it and a lot of exercise. You're not really gonna see these very well. They're pretty tucked in. Hey Pinecone, welcome on in by the way. Also, one sec. Exactly, Ginkazi, exactly. So what I do when I draw these... Let me draw a torso. Rib cage. I do a little bit of a... You see that banding there? That a little outward angle. B. And then pecs. Okay, so you're thinking about this bit here, this kind of region going into the hips, right? So what I do is shots correctly. Rudy, don't call out my chatters like that. But yeah, basically that's what I go for, man. Like, less is more. Be subtle with it. Really, really subtle curves. You know, it's hard. Yeah, it's a good question what you've asked. It's quite a challenging part of muscle to draw. And again, reference, like, there are people out there who have these on show, and you can look up like really nice reference pictures of them in whatever poses and study the right position for them. And actually, I think that's still too far forward. They're hard to place. They're hard to place because like I say, you don't really see them very much. Just play about with wherever they kind of work for you. But they're around there, you know. And just put little bumps in. It'll look nice and strong. So yeah. Okay. Next question. AB12 Snap asks, how hard can it be to draw a hyena? Hyenas are basically, like, if in doubt, draw a dog, give it a bottom-heavy nose, give it cute little round fluffy ears in the shape of teardrops. Sorted, mate. Sorted. That's it. If you've drawn a dog, which you probably have, you're a furry, you've probably drawn a dog at some point. Right, you give them those little teardrop shaped ears like that. Give them a mohawk kind of haircut, because why not? A lot of them seem to have that. So you got those teardrop shaped ears. And then the noses are kind of square. And bottom heavy. So a smaller, I don't know what you call, like, what do you call the bit that kind of hangs down from the top? You see that? Like, that's kind of what hyena noses are like. The bottom bit's quite thick. And then draw them laughing, because they're always laughing. There you go, hyena. Hyena. Add blue hair and a red hat. Add blue hair and a red hat, you're right. Just like that. Not an in-depth question, just curious. How much have you worked with traditional art? I haven't drawn any traditional art in years, so not a lot, really. I used to draw exclusively traditionally. I had sketchbooks and stuff, but split on, right? So you got big old fangs. And they tend to have quite big chins, cats in cartoons. So go a little bit nuts with that. But I like that kind of M shape of doing the muzzle from a 3/4 view. Maybe they have like long hair like Red 13. Fuck it, we're gonna draw Red 13 now because the music makes me think of Red 13. I love Nanaki, he's so cool. What's his ears look like again? Fuck it, I'm gonna guess. That's not right, but who cares? Anyway, so yeah, you get the idea. If in doubt, watch a Disney movie that like an old one, 2D animation that shows the species that you want to draw quite prominently. Elf ears? Oh, thank you, Ray Snakes. Pretty big chin. Narrow nose bridge that expands outwards like that. That's another like classically big cat thing. Like the nose bridge is quite narrow, but it goes out, like widens towards the nose. Yeah. Other than that, hopefully that's helpful. Nanaki Giga Chad confirmed. Yeah, I mean, I could probably better if I bring that in a little bit, but yeah. All right, next one. Mac Eye. Do you have any tips for drawing and or texturing horns? Horns are hard, man. I struggle with horns at the best of times. Horns are... Well, we have a head to work off. I could give Nanaki horns are weird, right? Because I just realized the head's like super big. Let's move that down a bit. There we go. So horns sit kind of at the top of the head like that, and they have their own... You know what I mean? I mean, you can cheat, right? You can have the horns coming out lower from the skull if you want. It's probably going to look better if you do that. But some species of cow, they have like the horns are like on the top like that. I don't know. I don't like to draw them like that, to be honest. It probably looks better if you just draw them coming out of the head like that. So I would draw, if we're gonna cheat like that, I would draw like a circle, like a socket for the horns like that to help you envisage where they're coming from. And then, depending on the type of horn you want, draw out the middle of it like that. So maybe you want charger horns like that point forward. And then just build out the actual shape of them around that. Now, I don't really like these. I'm gonna go with like upward ones, like classic kind of like bull horns. Oh yeah, Chars too. Yeah, Chars. Chars actually have horns. So you could do like that. They taper off, by the way. Horns are always narrower at the tip for obvious reasons. Try your best to get them symmetrical. As for texturing them, you know what I always do with horns is I don't do this early in the drawing. It's kind of like a polish thing. I wouldn't do it till later on. But you want to do like really narrow, I guess, scratches that follow the grain of the bone. Like that, right? Really, really thin strokes with your pen. Hi, Poel. Welcome on in. But also, what would make them more interesting is if you add notches to the horns like that. Actual damage. Put scratches in them like they've really bashed into something, you know? Adds a lot of character, adds a little like, oh, how did they get that damage to their horns or whatever? Yeah, little notches will add a lot of characters to your horns. So that's something that I would recommend with texturing horns and things like that. You know, feel free to experiment with the angle of them. Maybe you don't want them so high up like that. Maybe you want to tilt them out a bit. See, I think that looks better immediately, you know? Yeah, like straight away I prefer that style. That's more out and interesting. I don't know. You could also do like smaller horns if you want. You could do You could do horns that have been shaved off. Like that. Or like one's broken, right? If it's broken, then you want to have more damage signs along the edges to show it's been like torn off or something. Yeah, go nuts. With horns, you can just put damage in them because like a lot of horns have been used. You know, pretty rare to find completely pristine horns. Kimari horn, exactly. Ram/goat horns tend to look a little ridged. Yeah, they do. Let me restore that. I'll show you. I know what you mean by that. What you can do then is angle this where it comes out and then create that ridge following it like that. And then you can do... You see what I mean? Like you can create this pattern that's giving this 3D illusion. You can just add to it. You can start with a round horn and then chisel the shape out of it like clay. And then just erase what's not working for you. Like that. Maybe that's what you're going for. I don't know. I mean, you could put the ridge there. You could put it anywhere. You like that? Hell yeah. Furry Awakening? But yeah, you can go nuts with these. I do find the forward-pointing horns are really hard to draw because they kind of obscure the face a bit. But yeah, with horns, it's about chiseling the shape that you want and you should cheat in my opinion and start them like in the skull rather than over the skull because it's hard to make them look good when they're over the skull like that. I'll go horns ridge because they're specialized for direct blunt impact. I don't know, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know. I can't help you on that one. Hi, Tricurious, welcome on in. All right, next question. I have sort of gotten the hang of adding shadows and shading in CSP, but how do you, Sky, add highlights and shadows? Usually, multiply and overlay. Usually. So I'll have like... I'll just use this as an example. Say this is my flats, right? It's not a great example because there's already shadow on it, but like... I'll paint them in, usually with like a hard brush or something like that. I'll make a new layer on top. And I'll click... can you see where my mouse is? There's like this little 2 squares here. If I click on that... I did a TikTok about this, but we'll talk about it again. It makes like a red line on the layer. And that constrains everything that I draw onto that layer. So now I can't draw over that layer. It will be... Like, if I draw now... It's like, well, I'm only gonna paint where that layer is, right? Now I can release that, and suddenly it's showing what I drew, right? So I'm gonna click it again because I don't want it to do that. I'm gonna set this layer mode to multiply. I'm gonna lower the opacity to about 34%, and then I'm just gonna draw in some shadows like this. Erase what I don't need, you know, just painting it in pretty loose. Usually I will use a brush that's not fully hard like this one. Giggle. I will use one that's like soft, or it has like, you know, opacity that changes with the brush stroke or whatever. And then you can use the smudge tool to basically blend this in and make it look nicer. This is the tool called Running Color on Fiber. I believe it's a built-in one. And look how nicely you can like blend that in. Right? It looks like it's part of the picture below it already. It's really fast. It's a really nice way of shading your art in a pretty low effort way, to be honest. And all I'm doing, I'm just stroking over the bits that I've already put shade on, but it's making it soft and blending it in with the image. And you can see the difference, right? I've put it on the left side, but I've not put it on the right side. And you can see immediately it looks pretty good. Reaches for your door knocker. Midakai, it's called a Vor knocker. Alright, goodbye Pookie. Thank you for hanging out here today with us. How do you pick a good shading color? If in doubt, choose like a really... Choose dark blue and then lower the layer opacity. If you want a nice warm shadow, choose like a red or a pink or an orange. If it doesn't work, you can recolor it, right? Lock the opacity of your layer, choose a different color, and then just paint over it, right? That looks all right. Let's try pink. I don't really like that too much. Let's try green. Yeah, it looks kind of sci-fi-ish. Not really looking for that. Let's try yellow. Actually kind of works with this picture. So you just, you know, you can start with black. That's black. All right, that's black with opacity set to 30%. And then you can paint over it. Like lock the opacity of the layer that you've already painted your shadows on, and then just pick different colors, right? I'm gonna choose like a middle blue gray up here, if you can see where my mouse is, and then there. Or what if I choose a really saturated blue? Oh, now it's like quite an intense shadow. So yeah, just play around with it and see what works for you. All right, next question. Tiger Cat says, what is easier to draw, canine or feline characters? That's a question about experience. In my opinion, canines, because I've drawn canines like a bazillion times. But other people would say feline. So that depends on you. That just depends on, you know, what you've had more practice with. Oh yeah, the Matrix green. Yeah, true. True. I hope that was helpful. Oh, goodness, all right. Okay. Wait, what was the question? It was about what's easier to draw, canines or felines, and for me, canines, but it depends on, like, you know, who asked. Guys, I've been live for 5 hours. Oh my god, how the hell did I talk about art for 5 hours? All right, folks, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do this again sometime. Also, we might do an art feedback stream. If you guys want, you can send me art and you can ask me for feedback on what aspects you want help with and how much feedback you want, so to speak. I'll never be mean. Obviously, I don't believe in that because that can put people off drawing. But I do think I'd be able to offer some constructive feedback to some people. If you want to send in art, we can talk about it. Maybe not next week, but I mean, the week after we could do that. Can we get a Bob Ross afro for your model? No. But yeah, we could do another Ask the Artist stream. We've had so much more to talk about than I ever thought we would, man. Where do you send the art? Probably Discord. Tell you what, let's actually set that up now. Let's set that up now. Do you guys want to do that in 2 weeks? What date is 2 weeks? Sunday the 19th of April. Do you guys want to do that on Sunday the 19th of April? Do you guys want to do an art feedback stream? We'll do Jackbox next week. Live feedback, or just if people are around or not? Yo, Rito Fov, that's your birthday. Preferably both. What we would do is, I think people would say, when they send in the art, they ask what they want feedback on. And then I know what to talk about at the time, whether they're there or not. I think that might be a good middle way to do it. Ideally, they're there for it, but if they're not, they're not. I'll still talk about it. Yeah, I think that... Actually, wait. I think what we should do is Jackbox next week, then Gartic Phone, and then do the art feedback stream. So you guys have got 3 weeks. We'll give you guys 3 weeks to draw something new if you do want to draw something new for it. And then... yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll announce in the Discord, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. I'm sleepy. I need to get something to eat too. All right, guys. Yeah, we'll do Gartic in 2 weeks, Rudy. We'll do Gartic in 2 weeks, and then next week we'll do Jackbox, and then in 3 weeks we'll do the art feedback stream. That's better. Hiya, Merle. How you doing, by the way? All right, guys. Let's do the raffle. Oh my goodness me! Thank you so much for being. Oh, wrong one. Thank you so much for being here today. Holy shit! I really appreciate you guys. Hope you guys have had an absolute banger today. I've had a great time. Don't you remind everyone that exists. Don't you remind everyone that exists. I really thought most of these had been used. Exclamation mark raffle in the chat, guys, to be in with the chance of winning today's raffle game. Queue up. It's not about queuing, except maybe it is. I actually don't know. I don't know shit about it. Type in exclamation mark raffle, guys. I'm going to close the raffle in 5 seconds. 5 seconds, chat. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, I'm closing it, and it is closed. It stopped. It stopped already. Don't worry about it. And the winner is Jesse. Let's go. Jesse, you won the... That's not Jesse. The hell? Okay, there we go. You won the raffle. Congratulations, Jesse. Guys, did you have fun today? Was this an interesting new thing to do? I hope you guys learned something about it. I apologize I didn't have an answer for every possible question. I do hope you've learned something useful out of it, though. I enjoyed it. This was a really, really fun thing for me to do. I'm really happy to, like, you know, share this knowledge and you know, explore it with you. I would really like to do this again.
Today's art class. Today's art class is...
Yeah, hell yeah. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. Hell yeah. All right. Well, we'll do it again sometime. Absolutely. Folks, here's my TikTok. Boom. Happy Easter, folks. Please go and check out my TikTok if you haven't already, guys. There's even more art tutorials on my TikTok from my previous art stream. Makes you want to draw and try stuff out. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. That's what we want. Yeah, there's more art tips on my TikTok, guys, so please go and check that out. If you ever miss a stream, there's a link to my YouTube, and, you know, all my VODs end up on there. So this stream will also be on there, so you can go and check this stream again. If there's something you missed, you can go back and watch it again if you want to. Here is my Discord. The Discord is the place to be if we're going to be doing an art feedback stream, guys. So if you're thinking about, you know, throwing in some art for me to give some feedback on, some constructive criticism, then yeah, that's the place to send it. So make sure you sign up to the Discord now, and that way you're not going to be scrambling for it later, right? If you just get out of the way now, then you're in, right? And then last but not least, my Blue Sky. Go check it out. Please follow.
Live streams are always inspiring me to draw more.
Hell yeah, man. I'm happy for it. Dude, I'm really glad. I really hope I can get you guys to do more art and stuff like that. Art's been transformative in my life. It's been an absolutely huge thing for me, and I really hope it can be a huge thing for you guys as well. Art's like one of the best things that ever happened to me, man. I'm very grateful to a young me for getting into art because I love it. It's great to have a hobby, guys, and I'm really glad that I can inspire some of you to get involved in art as well. You should. You absolutely should. Have a great time with Riley Yeen, guys. Have a great rest of your Easter weekend. Thank you so much for being here. It's been an absolute blast. And I'll see you guys on Friday. I go live every Friday, every Saturday, and every Sunday at 8 p.m. my time, which is noon Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern. I'll just say that again, just in case, you know, oh, what was that? What was that? I go live every Friday, every Saturday, and every Sunday at noon Pacific, at 3 p.m. Eastern, which is 8 p.m. my time. Have a fantastic rest of your Easter Sunday with Riley, guys, and thank you so much for being here. You guys are amazing. Bye, everybody. Punch Pack Attack. Have a great rest of your Sunday. Bye. Bye, chat. Oh, Jace.
Being a positive influence.
Thank you, Jace. Thank you, Tiger Paladin, as well. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Max, as well. Bye, everyone. Have a great week. See you Friday. Bye. All right, bye, viewers.